Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Postmortems on 33 bodies exhumed from mass graves in Kuricho County have been delayed after the county mortuary failed to handle the process. Government pathologist Richard Njoroge says the facility lacks enough capacity. The delay comes as the public and civil society groups push for faster investigations into the shocking incident.
So far, we've been able to speak to the government pathologist. He's let us know that they first want to assess the morgue and see whether the morgue has facilities and equipment and capacity to be able to conduct the post-mortem process. They also want to assess what they will begin with.
ODM chairperson Gladys Wanga says Senator Edwin Sifuna and MP Babu Owino will attend tomorrow's Orange Democratic Movement National Delegates Convention. Speaking on Citizen TV, Wanga said the two qualify as delegates because they hold leadership positions in the party. She also dismissed a separate meeting planned by the Linda Mwananchi group, saying only one official convention has been called under the party constitution.
Sifuna and Babu are members of the NDC. They are Sifuna, by virtue of the fact of being Senator of Nairobi, for example, is a delegate at that NDC. Babu, by virtue of being a member of NEC and also a member of Parliament for Embakasi, is a delegate at that NDC. So they are not necessarily going to storm. They can attend the NDC, and we hope they will attend the NDC.
President William Ruto says Kenya will start building a nuclear power plant in Siaya County in 2027. The plant is expected to produce 2,000 megawatts of electricity and be ready by 2034. Ruto also urged Siaya residents to embrace the nuclear plant for jobs and economic growth of the country and the region.
To the people of Siaya County, the site of Kenya's first nuclear power plant, and specifically to my brother, the late Honorable Raila Odinga, who, as an engineer himself, took the lead in getting the people of Siaya to understand what this was all about. I encourage you to seek a deeper understanding of the immense economic benefits that this project will bring, from high-value jobs to infrastructure development. During the peak construction phase, the nuclear project will generate up to 10,000 jobs.
A jury in Los Angeles has ruled in favor of a young woman who sued Meta and Google over social media addiction. The jurors said the companies deliberately made platforms like Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and YouTube addictive, harming her mental health. The 20-year-old, identified as Kaylee, was awarded about $600 million in compensation. The ruling could influence many similar cases currently in U.S. courts. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio. City habari ya asubuhi.
Hata studio ni sawa bro.
Na ya asubuhi nayo?
Maridadi kabisa. Leo baridi. Haichomi kama jana.
Jana ilikuwa inachoma.
It was really cold yesterday.
Okay. Ukitaka anaweza crank up the heat in the studio.
No, it is good. The studio, the temperature is fine.
Yes.
It's when you're outside.
Right. That's when you know that indeed you are made of flesh.
You're made of soil. Hapo ndio unajua. Kwamba wewe ni flesh, I say correctly.
Sasa leo ni tarehe 26. Acha nikwambie what is significant about a day. And we're going to go back all the way to the 15th century in 1436. 1436. The Florence Cathedral, that is Cattedrale di Santa Maria della Fiore, is consecrated by Pope Eugene IV, featuring the world's largest dome at the time. Umesikia? Inaitwa Cattedrale di Santa Maria della Fiore. Yes, it was consecrated by Pope Eugene the Fourth, featuring the world's largest dome at the time. This must have been in Florence, what is current-day Italy. Yeah, actually, yes, they've said it's the Florence Cathedral. Florence, before it became Rome, before we know it as it is today, ilikuwa inaitwa sasa hiyo place ilikuwa Florence, and it was actually the capital city, for lack of a better word, for money in Europe, because there was a family there. That family was called who? I'm forgetting their name, but they were one of the richest families, and they actually owned a bank, and they used to finance even the Vatican, or rather the Catholic Church for that matter, at that particular time. And they are the ones who actually financed the construction of Cattedrale di Santa Maria della Fiore, that cathedral. And I watched, because I remember I watched a series about this particular family, and it was about like 4 seasons or so, and it was quite a good one, and an emotional one for that matter.
Not the Borgias.
Not the Borgias, no. No, but the Borgias actually also were around this particular area. Lakini walikuanga tu hii area ya Europe tu mahali hapo tu mahali walikuanga. See, actually one of them was a pope, right? The Borgias, right?
What happens is,
yes.
Remember, Italy was not unified
at the time, yes,
as one. Italy ilikuwa ni two states twingi, as we call it. And each of those states twingi had a king or a prince or a lord. It took a guy called Garibaldi kuwagonganisha vichwa and to bring them together. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember watching that. I'll remember the name and then I'll share it with you. But yes. And then in 1827, Ludwig van Beethoven passes away in Vienna. Beethoven, you know Beethoven?
Yes, the composer.
Jamaa alikuwa na compose vitu kali. Is he the one who was deaf?
It is said so.
Yes. He was deaf, right?
Yes.
So how on earth did he compose while deaf? Ama he just knew and understood music?
He understood it. But that is a really very, very good question. Yes.
Alikuwa anaandika muziki well, alikuwa anaandika at like words per se, but he used to write music, the notes, and he would compose like some great music, man. Ludwig van Beethoven. He passes away in Vienna. That is in 1827. All right, City, over to you. Leo tuko pande gani?
Hatujatoka bwana. We are still in the Republic of Angola. Yes. Chance all. See what destiny brings.
Chance?
All.
Chance all.
Yeah. See what destiny brings. Yes.
Okay. Chance on and see what destiny brings.
Yes.
So that's the thing, man. Like every single day you have got to take a chance. Take risks.
Calculated risks.
Of course. You're not just going to, leap in the dark or shoot in the dark and then hope to shoot something. No, but just take that calculated risk and you never know. See what destiny, right? You said destiny?
Destiny. Yes. See what but don't be stagnant. Do something.
Yeah.
Make a move.
Right.
Hopefully calculated, thought through, prayed through. But make a move. When you make a move, then you set certain things in motion. That's really the point. And then there'll be an outcome.
Bas. Thank you so much, City. Nimekumbuka your family nilikuwa nakwambia inaitwa the Medici family.
Medici.
Yes, the Medici family. There's a series called The Medici. It's actually called Medici. Just that. It's an amazing series. If you have time, watch it.
It looks like Europe had very many of those families, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you look at the history of Europe and look at the people who financed it, many of them financed kingdoms.
Actually, they did, like the Medici. These guys owned a bank. Like a bank in the 1400s, I mean, you have got to imagine how a bank would operate. So for them to have so much money that they're even lending the Catholic Church, just imagine who these people were.
The church hadn't quite figured out yet.
Yes.
How to go. When they figured out how to go about it, they would be in a position where they could lend you
money.
Yes, because they had a population or a membership that traversed very many continents over time. Not countries, continents.
And the Medici family actually had so much money they even used to finance wars.
Yes.
Like that's how powerful a bank was in the 1400s.
It doesn't change much.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
Like an entire bank can decide how a war will go just by deciding which side to finance.
Yep.
So if they decide to finance today Israel, Iran is done. If they decide to finance Iran, Israel, America, quenished, like we like saying. Yeah. Sawa basi. Umesikia story ya Iran, by the way?
Which particular one?
Yeah, I know there. Sorry. I know there are very many stories about Iran. But they've released a video. I don't know if it's an official video from like the government or military of Iran. But they released a video, and I was seeing this in Tandao, so it's not really something that I can verify. But they released a video showing all the atrocities that they believe Israel and America have done over the decades and even centuries. So, for example, they showed how Europeans went and colonized the Native Americans and basically took the continent of America and made it their own. They showed the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They showed the war in Vietnam. They showed several other places like Afghanistan and what America went and did there. And now then at the end of the video, it is an AI generated video, by the way. At the end of the video, they showed this huge missile flying through space, getting into, what is it called? The airspace of America, and directly hitting what looks like a Statue of Liberty, but it isn't the Lady Liberty. It is a statue that has got a head of like, I think it's a cow, something. But you can tell this is the Statue of Liberty, eh? And then it goes in there and just blasts that thing. And they say something to the effect of one bullet to avenge all. Yes.
But remember, in this day and the age we live in, remember we started understanding something called false news, fake news.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course, yeah.
Right now, AI hadn't gotten a foothold yet. Now, given the AI capabilities and the ever-increasing capabilities of AI,
right,
what do you think AI cannot create if you know exactly how to utilize it?
Of course, all you have got to do is give it prompts and tell it, look, I want a video like this, to show these kinds of people, to show these kinds of equipment.
It will create it for you.
It will create, and then you can just edit kidogo, because it will even ask you at the end, would you like me to do this and this and this and this? And you tell it, yes, do it. Now, and then you have got a video.
Yes, now we're Liberty.
Yeah.
But here, the head of a cow. So we have a cow with a dress.
Exactly. Yeah.
What is certain, what is absolutely certain, this is not what America and Israel thought would happen when they began this war.
For sure. And that's what they said. According to that video, which I have said I cannot verify is officially from Iran, what basically the video is showing is that they are that one bullet that will avenge all the atrocities that those two nations have ever committed on other civilizations or other nations, for that matter.
One of the things about nuclear capability is that it's meant to be a deterrent.
Yeah.
People never really plan to use it. But the question always arises, what happens when you actually have somebody who's completely off the bend and who will willingly use it? What then do you do?
Now, in the realm of news, which might be fake or might be legit.
Be Kenyan or might be otherwise.
Might be otherwise.
Yes.
I also understand that Israel has this thing they call the Samson doctrine or Samson law or Samson something. You remember Samson in the Bible? Very strong man.
Yeah.
He was betrayed by Delilah, or was he wooed, or whatever it was that they did with Delilah. Anyway, but in the end, how Samson met his end is that he went to this temple wall and, destroyed the pillars, and everything just fell on everyone, including himself. So apparently, again, this is things I read and watch on the internet. Apparently, Israel has got such a policy, whereby they say that in case of anything, if the state of Israel is at great threat of extinction, this is an existential threat, they will activate that Samson thingy. Let me call it Samson protocol, whereby they will destroy that nation, even if it will destroy them in the process. So I heard. So that might be in the realm of conspiracy theory. I don't know, but apparently it is something that is out there. Kagema Mudhami, good morning, is saying, City, in French, today's proverb translated says, Kogeria ne ko kuhota. Try and give things chance. You will only know what works after trying. Okay, Kagema, I don't know if I've said it correctly, but I get your point. Kogeria ne ko kuhota.
Ni kujaribu ni kufanya nini?
Kujaribu ndio kufanya, I think.
Ama kupata.
Kuhota ni kufanya nini?
I'm not sure. I know the word, but I'm not sure what it means.
Yeah, I've actually heard it several times.
Yes.
Yeah. Kugeria niko hota or something of that sort. Yeah. Niko gari amani. Yani tunajaribu tu. Hata hapa Radio Generation niko gari amani. I love that one. Yeah.
You know, when you look at the kings of old,
yes,
or the famous warriors of old, Persia had their fair share. Kuna alikuwa anaitwa Cyrus.
Jirongo.
Hapana, si Jirongo. Jirongo alitoa tu jina yake huko.
All right.
Unakumbuka kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Darius.
Darius, yes.
Kuna mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Xerxes.
Xerxes, ule king of Persia.
So we can take the view that if the Israelis have a Samson doctrine,
yes,
these guys have a Xerxes or a Darius or a Cyrus doctrine,
which is equivalent to the Samson one.
Yes, because this civilization is old, my man. And you talk about people who are there BC.
Actually, I think, if I'm not wrong, the Persians were more or less like the first civilization. Between them and Egypt, who came first?
The Egyptians.
The Egyptians, Okay, all right.
But the Persians are an ancient civilization. In fact, if you're talking about some of the Jewish monuments of old that are revered, they're actually in Persia.
Okay.
And for a very long time, there was a community, a large, one of the countries in that region that had the largest community of Jews was Iran. There's something that I must say here. From the little I read and see, that region always had problems. But upon the entry of the Jews who were escaping Hitler's Germany, the Europeans, bro, when those fellows landed there, they introduced a completely different level of violence.
One that has never been seen before. Even ways of torture that have never been imagined.
It continues being escalating. And there's a narrative that they've had for the longest time which worked, was that they were being persecuted. That's not actually true.
Yes.
They were welcomed when they came. They were welcomed.
Yes.
And then they systematically decided to disenfranchise the very people who welcomed them. That's just, it's historical. This is not something that is hearsay. You just need to read it.
Okay.
The wars that they had, and they kept pushing the Palestinians out of territories that they found the Palestinians living in, ostensibly because God promised them the promised so-called land.
Unajua kunanga kitu mbaya kama hata mzazi akipendekeza ama akipenda mtoto mmoja kuliko mwingine. Because you see that thing, I usually have an issue with that thing of them being
God's chosen people.
Because now, what makes who are we? The rest of us who are not, Jews. We are.
What are we? Heathens.
Neither here nor there.
You're a heathen.
Are we not God's favorite people?
Where you heathen? Look, that exists. Biblically speaking,
yes,
that situation pertained up until the coming of Christ.
Yes.
When that old Judaic
so that was the Old Testament.
Yes, the coming of Christ.
So we all became one thing.
That's the whole point.
Okay.
That's why it's Jews or Gentile. You are one. But this same Israel, there are sects within the Jewish community who actually not only detest Christians and Christianity,
right?
They fight against it. So again, it's not really different from what happened in the times of old when you had these Pharisees and Sadducees who opposed Christ and his followers. So
you've reminded me Sadducees.
Yes. So hatujaenda mbali vile. Okay? So
you know what? Actually, this creates. We should invite a theologian or someone who understands history. I don't know which one we shall invite, between a theologian and a historian, or both. You know, so they come and explain to us, like, so we can also get a background.
A theologian will understand history. It's just that their area of specialization
is faith.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, a historian, historians, that field is vast.
Okay.
You will be talking about a historian who specializes in what? The areas.
Oh, no, we want someone who specializes in the history of that region.
That region.
Yes, and the conflict specifically of that particular region.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see, the if you look at, if you're talking about claiming land and people who own it.
Yes.
For instance, the current Prime Minister of Israel.
Right, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Is essentially an American.
Okay.
And his family was in America. Origins are Poland.
Right.
Okay? Now, it can be explained because when the Jews dispersed, they went all over the place. Okay? But if you want to exist and you find a situation where there's a piece of land that you think ought to be yours, and this one, let's blame the British and the French. One letter Ishida. Wow. Wow. Okay? Because it seemed to be Europe didn't really want the Jews. Forget Hitler. Hitler just went all native on them.
Right.
Okay? No, not Hitler. There's a question that is not asked by many.
Okay, which is?
What is it that the Jews were doing in Europe that made it possible for them to be targeted as they were, and very little was done to help them?
Okay.
What is it? Or what is the narrative that was created
for them to be vilified in the manner?
Yes. So for them to be, it was accepted that they should be vilified. What is it that they were doing?
Right.
Huh?
Okay.
What is this narrative that was so powerful that people literally sat back?
Let's look for these historians, man. I feel like this is a conversation that needs to be had on this People's Breakfast.
If you know people who have this area of specialization.
If you're a historian yourself and you're listening, please reach out to us.
Yeah, because it's good to understand. Yes. And also, these issues that we have with the term the Middle East and that region, the French and the British to blame again. These fellows wanted to fight the Ottoman Empire.
Yes.
Because it extended up to Egypt. Okay? And they did what those imperialists do, make promises which they don't keep. Now, to understand this, you need to understand it's those two countries that first populated the Americas as we know it. And I'm talking about North America. Okay? Spain na Portugal ndio walienda wapi?
Uko.
Latin America.
Okay.
Okay? Wao ndio walikuwa wengi. But France na England.
Ndio.
Now, anything that you find in the history of these two countries that you find abhorrent, you'll find it replicated.
I now get where you were actually heading.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
City Muga. I don't know any historian, by the way. Gashagua, intelligence reports kept me away from Raila's final rites. Hey, Bana, we are still here. Okay, let's hear what Bradley Bosire has written about Gashagua and these utterances. Fresh details have emerged on why former Deputy President Rigathi Gashagua kept away from both the state funeral service and the burial of Raila Odinga, with the DCP leader pointing to alleged security threats and a wider scheme to stir ethnic divisions. Now, in an interview on Ramogi TV on Wednesday evening, Gashagua said that he had initially planned to attend the Requiem service at Nyayo National Stadium before traveling to Bondo for the burial, but abandoned both trips after receiving what he described as credible intelligence.
Aliambiwa nini?
Okay, let me quote him because I'm going to quote you up even a Bradley. I had planned to go to Nyayo National Stadium and I got information that some goons had been arranged to attack me so that it could create conflict between the Luo nation and the Kikuyu nation, he said. What's funny?
This is a man who's been promoting that rate for the longest time.
This ethnic tension,
how
division.
Exactly do you explain when a man who is a leader such as the deputy president speaks and says, you know what this President Uhuru is doing?
Yeah.
He's taking all the projects from central Kenya,
taking them to
Nyanza. Come on, man, what on earth is that?
You mean President Ruto?
No, he said that.
He also said of that Uhuru.
Yes, then said that Uhuru. Look, man, the things that Rigathi Gashagua says are divisive.
Mm-hmm.
If there's somebody who's been fanning that flame for the longest time, it is him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He is a man with a motor mouth. The things he says, he doesn't seem to understand that they have consequences. And again, since we're talking about Germany, we're talking about the Jews.
Yes.
That no one credible from his region, no, actually there are people who oppose what he says.
Yes.
And they come out clearly and say it.
Yes.
Silence will be read as you acquiescing or supporting what the view that this
It
man
makes
has.
you complacent.
Yes. Look, you cannot have somebody who is raging and ranting
24/7.
or sentiments that clearly are insidious, sentiments that can burn. It doesn't matter which community they come from. Okay? There's a friend of mine called Kaluma. Recently was on Radio Nation.
Yeah, and he's going to be here today.
When he's here today, I will ask him those same questions. You see, some of these things that people say,
Right.
they have to be measured, for heaven's sake. The thing we do not need is an abundance of ethnic tension.
Okay. So that's what former DP said. Well, he was at Ramogi Radio, I think it was. Now, MPs have flagged 6.3 billion irregular transfer in e-citizen audit. 6.3 billion irregular. You know, I was listening to that thing on TV last night and I couldn't understand what on earth they were saying. But let me try and read this. Maybe I'll understand it better now. A parliamentary probe into the government's e-citizen platform has uncovered fresh concerns after lawmakers were told that 6.3 billion was routed through an unauthorized private account, raising serious questions about oversight, accountability, and the safety of public funds handled through the system. Now, the issue came to light on Wednesday during a session at the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee, which is examining a special audit report by the Auditor General covering operations of the platform from 2014 to 2025. Yeah? Now, the findings point to a long-running weakness in how revenue collected through eCitizen has been managed. Auditors flagged irregular payments amounting to 6.3 billion, including 68.7 million and US dollars 48 million, which were channeled through an account identified as PesaFlow. See, but we had a conversation about PesaFlow here.
We did.
Now, the account held in a local bank was not among those approved by the National Treasury for receiving government payments. So, wait a minute. Now I'm even more confused.
Share the confusion.
PesaFlow is one of 3 companies that handles eCitizen in one way or another, one way, shape or form. Whether they are the ones who we pay the M-Pesa directly to, then now they pay, the different state departments that are on eCitizen. But the point is, PesaFlow is in. So when they say that the money was sent into that account,
what is it that constitutes a wrong what is
transfer?
What is it that points to an illegality?
And let me tell you something, City. There is no way you will transfer 6.3 billion kimakosa.
No, makosa kama hizo hazifanyiki. There was a time in the Uhuru era when there was mentions of certain huge amounts again.
Oh yeah, that time there was a typing error.
A typo. Yes, unakumbuka.
Nayo ndio sasa.
So tuseme ni typo pia.
City. There is no way you will send 6.3 billion shillings to the wrong account. There is absolutely no way. Because I remember in these proceedings, your Public Accounts Committee wakisema the government even sent an alert to, I think, was it Equity Bank, because that account is in Equity Bank, to freeze those accounts and freeze that amount of money ndio isiweze kutolewa na mtu yote kimakosa. CT, I do not care who you are. Lakini pia wewe, even if you are a thug, there is no way you'll just receive 6.3 billion shillings and just go and withdraw it casually, or even make a request to the bank to transfer that money. I don't know where to.
Well, are you aware that you cannot pay someone 200,000 shillings by check without your bank calling you to certain that you're the one who wrote that check?
200,000?
200,000, not
Kenya shillings?
Yes.
Okay.
They'll call you.
Yes.
They'll call you. We have check, blah, blah, blah. You say yes, then they pay it.
Actually, you're right. Because I remember I wrote a check during my mom's surgery and it was of a significant amount, obviously.
They called you?
More than 200,000, yes.
Did they not call you?
And I received a call.
They call you. So
Nikaambiwa, okay, hapa kuna check,
yes.
Rada ni gani?
Yes.
And I told them, endelea na hiyo payment.
Rada ni hiyo.
But yes, you're right.
So, we haven't gotten to 1 million yet. Okay? So when you're saying billion, how do you think that this can be transacted once it is in a commercial bank?
You know, you're an account, you're in charge of making payments at eCitizen. So when you're typing this account,
there's a reason why you're making that payment, isn't it?
Sasa unaonanga unalipa, okay, I am paying CT Muga. So the moment you're not supposed to pay CT Muga, you're like, no, wait, guys.
Allow me to explain something also.
Yeah.
eCitizen isn't a bank, so that money goes into a certain bank account.
Yes.
Okay? So the person who's transferring it is from one bank account to another.
Yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
The rules we have in this Kenya of ours is there are certain amounts of money when you transfer, you have to give reason why you're transferring it. Even if it is your money.
Yeah.
Yes, just like when you receive it, you have to explain why you receive it.
Wapi,
yes. It's not when people hear transfer. No, it isn't like me transferring M-Pesa and you 100 bob. It's not the same. No. So, everything that is being queried there exists. Why don't they just follow the money trail and tell us what was documented as to who transferred it, why they transferred it, and so forth and so forth. That information exists. Yes.
So the Treasury PS, Dr. Chris Kipto, told the committee that the matter had been addressed once it was detected, adding that the funds in question had been secured. When I realized that money was being diverted to an account in Equity Bank, I gave directions and that was stopped. How do things run in this Gaba, by the way?
It is possible that there was something untoward that was taking place.
Yeah.
And indeed he was alerted. But I would have assumed this.
Yes.
There are safeguards within eCitizen so that whenever transfers are made, there are people who okay that particular transfer.
Yes, and there are several steps to just okay.
Yes.
CT says okay, then another one confirms, and then another one confirms what the two of them have done.
Is allowed to confirm if you're sending not more than 200 shillings. It's okay. You're sending 5, you ask CT, he authorizes it, then you go to Mbuvi. Then Mbuvi says it is okay.
Right.
When you get to 1,000, you now have to include Ednah. So CT says it is okay.
Right.
Mbuvi says it is okay.
At what point do we include Openje?
Openje is when you get to 10,000.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
So, if what we are saying is money that is now 12,000, okay?
Now.
Now you will find that the authorization is of a different nature. 3 or 4 people need to authorize it, or 2 at the same time. Okay? So the trail exists.
Yeah.
Government money leaves a trail, bro. Hata pesa ambayo uliweka kwa sanduku kwa nyumba yako iko na trail. Na wewe ndio trail.
Tutaipata.
Wewe ndio trail, tutaipata. So it cannot be.
Ulikuwa unakula madondo, sasa umeanza kula matumbo.
And by the way, this movement isn't physical. It's not as though a low loader went to that particular establishment and boxes of money was loaded into it. Right. No. Electronic transfer. It leaves a trail. So,
thank you. Let's do this thing that we call traffic, eh? Let's see if you guys are stuck somewhere or you're moving swiftly.
Traffic.
Sawa. Barabara ya Ngong iko sawa kwa sasa hivi. Naona Adams Arcade, that area coming from the Junction Mall, heading into the CBD is looking good. Haile Selassie, no complaints whatsoever. CBD yenyewe inakaa iko fit tena sana. Watu naurumia ni wale watu ambao wanatoka Thika Road, traffic imestretch nyuma kutoka Pangani imefika mpaka Garden City Mall. Nikirudi nyuma kidogo naona hakuna traffic, but the moment tunafika pale Githurai 45, hapo ndio the mother of all traffic jams pia inaanzia, but it's a small stretch because it's stretching back to Kenyatta University. But if I go further back, watu ambao wanaelekea Thika Road, Thika, specifically Thika mko sawa. Watu wanatoka Kenyatta Road pia mko fiti, no complaints from that particular area. If I look at Mombasa Road, let me take a quick look at Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is actually looking clean at this particular hour. For the guys who are coming from Mulolongo ama going even further back to Athi River Kitengela, nyinyi mko sawa kabisa. Barabara nyingine inakuanga notorious ni inajulikana kama Lang'ata Road. Acha tuone. Lang'ata Road leo iko fiti, no complaints whatsoever. If I also go back towards Ngong is looking good also. Watu wa Magadi Road, that means guys coming from what's the name of that place?
Which one?
Ongata Rongai.
That place.
Ongata Rongai pia mko sawa. Today there's no traffic actually. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, indeed. It is a good thing. If I fly all the way to a place called Mombasa County iko sawa pia. Nyali Bridge kule mko sawa kabisa. Watu wa Kizingo mko sawa kabisa. Hii time inanga traffic to be honest. Watu wa pale Haile Selassie Road mko fiti kabisa, mmetayari, sio ni shida yoyote. Biashara Street tu hiyo tu peke yake ndio barabara ni maroon, kumaanisha that traffic iliko pale ni noma tena sana. But the rest, Abdel Nasser mnakaa sawa sawa. If I go to bara la Africa, now that means I leave the island and I go to the mainland. Nyali, Links Road kule, Nim Avenue, Moina Drive, Mbuni Road, kule kote naona mkosa. Hata ni kama huko hakuna gari because it's not even green, it's actually grey. That means that no one has actually left home to go to even the market. There's a place called Prince Park. Did you know about this Prince Park?
I do not know about Prince Park.
Allah? Okay, sawa. Ile siku ndajipata Mombasa kule nitakuja. Kuna ka traffic kidogo tu pale, hii ni Seaview Road, ili naenda kushikana na mama ngine drive. Lakini zaidi ya hapo, kila kitu rather kiko shwari.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Kabla Kiswahili changu hakijapotea, acha niangalie ukurasa wa mbele wa Taifa Leo. Wanasema kampuni za mafuta zaonywa. Waziri wa kawi wa petroli Opiyo Wandayi jana alionya kampuni za kuuza mafuta dhidi ya kuhodhi, yani ama kuhold, yani dhidi ya kuhodhi bidhaa hiyo, ikisema kufanya hivyo ni kinyume cha sheria na inavutia faini isiyopungua milioni ngapi? 1. Huyo ni waziri anasema. Na katika taarifa niliyoona jana usiku, aliambia watu pia waacha kununua mafuta mingi sana wakidhani ati mafuta inaisha, sababu sasa mnafanya the situation to become even worse.
How exactly?
By going to buy fuel that you don't even need.
Filling your tank.
Look at these guys. People are there with jerry cans.
I thought they did not allow people to actually buy.
Exactly, yet here they are. This is
a good point.
Yeah, this is I don't know who these are, but they also look like boda riders and such. People are trying to now buy excess fuel that they do not need.
It's called panic buying.
Exactly. And this is actually making the problem worse. The situation worse than it already is. Bwana, hii mafuta yendi mahali. Hii mafuta yendi mahali. It reminds me of what happened during COVID-19. The day that President Uhuru announced that Kenya is shutting down, people went to the supermarket. They bought, among other things,
everything.
Tissue.
They bought everything.
Nikajuliza, mbona tunanua tissue your design, bro? What is it about COVID-19? What's the connection between COVID-19 and tissue?
We had already been told. One of the things that happens when COVID attacks you
is diarrhea.
Yes, you'll have a running stomach. You will experience the curse of Montezuma.
But let me tell you something. If you're a patient and you ever find yourself suffering from something like diarrhea, actually just taking a shower is better. Or at least washing yourself with water is better than even using tissue. Tissue itakugwaruza.
And it may cause the very thing you do not need it to have.
Yes.
An open sore is what you don't need
right.
at that point in time.
Yes. So if you ever find yourself in a pandemic, and that pandemic includes diarrhea, please
wash yourself.
It's easier to just wash with water as opposed to utajigwara na hiyo kitu bwana na utapenda. But anyway, yeah. So watu ndio hawa hapa hivi trying to buy fuel en masse. This is just crazy, man. All right. Tuju apumua koti ya zima msako wake. So Tuju amepumua, koti imesema ni aje. Look guys, you don't need to arrest this guy.
We know where he is, we can see him.
Yes, first of all, wamekubali ile anticipatory bail yake. So they're like, he's definitely not going anywhere, guys. Calm down.
Plus he's unwell. Please.
Yeah. So just relax. But the judge, I remember, the judge said that it doesn't take away that the fact that he has questions that need answers. So pia ameonywa, that is Tuju.
Well, the judge clearly took a humane perspective. There are problems and they are legal problems.
Yeah.
They're not criminal issues. See?
Yeah.
Now, so that is, of course, if we look at what the DCI said, that this guy, so when DCI comes in, we take the view that there's a criminality involved here.
Yes.
But no, this man has issues, they're legal. So, there are ways in which we solve legal problems. Right now, he's unwell, he's in hospital. Let the man get better, then we shall address these matters.
In the spirit of conspiracy theories and misinformation and malinformation and fake news, there is someone who posted what looks like a charge sheet, yenye Tuju alikuwa ameandikiwa. And in that charge sheet, so apparently, on the day that Tuju disappeared, on the day that he allegedly disappeared.
On the day that we were informed that Tuju had disappeared.
He called, I think, an OCS or someone senior in the police station, in the current police commanding whatever. Na akamwambia niaje, there are some people following me. So I think my life is in danger. Can you send support? And that was it. And the guy, apparently, according to this person mwenye alikuwa anachambua,
in the spirit of conspiracy theories, lies, fake news, and everything that pertains to raising temperatures. Yes, go on.
So this gentleman says that after Tuju made that phone call, he left his car on the roadside and went home and slept. So this lady officer who was called by Tuju and told that...
It was a lady officer.
Yes, according to this conspiracy. So this lady officer, she's one who spread rumors that Tuju has been abducted and Tuju is missing. Okay? Let's not forget that the family reported him missing. But according to this guy, he's like, so if Tuju calls you and tells you, bro, people are after me, then he switches off his phone and goes to sleep, then you are left spreading rumors that Tuju is missing. Shida iko wapi? Yeye hajasema ameibiwa na mtu, hajasema ameshikwa na mtu, amesema two people are following me, ameacha gari yake kwa barabara, amezima simu na ameenda kwake kulala for a whole weekend. So shida kwako.
Well, it's a good thing we have that spirit in this country.
Kliniki kuu ya punda Lamu yafunguliwa. Nice. Lamu has been at the forefront in protecting punda rights. Yani rights za punda. Haki za punda.
And for a very good reason.
Exactly. Mahama ashtumu Trump. Rais wa Ghana Mahama ashambulia sera za uongozi wa Trump akizitaja kuwa za kibaguzi. Waweza soma hiyo katika ukurasa wa 8. Nairobi ndio uwanja wa mauaji. According to a report, Nairobi yatajwa kaunti hatari zaidi kutokana na mauaji ya kiholela. Wasoma hiyo katika ukurasa wa 2. Alafu mwishowe ukurasa wa 20 kule Sala ambaye ni mchezaji wa timu inayoipenda ya Liverpool. Sala sasa akunja jamvi Liverpool, mwanasoka nyota kuondoka Anfield mwishoni mwa msimu huu. Jana alitoa ripoti na akasema ya kwamba huu ndio msimu wake wa mwisho kuchezea timu ya Liverpool.
Anaenda wapi?
Hajatuambia mahali anapoenda.
That fellow plays some sublime football, man.
He's not the only one who left because the last season, for example, we lost a couple of players. Number one, Diogo Jota died. He died because of a car crash, I think it was. Then we also lost to Los Blancos, aka Real Madrid, a gentleman called Alexander Trent, an amazing footballer as well.
But is this not the norm in football?
It's normal. People transfer. Yes. It's natural career progression. Luis Diaz went to Bayern, and at Bayern he is scoring goals, and Bayern is number 1 in the Bundesliga, and they're about to take the EPL of Bundesliga. I am sad that we lost a lot of good guys, and now we are losing also Salah, and Salah is one of the top goal scorers. It's a problem, man. It's a problem. Grave questions is what they're asking on the Standard front page. Wanasema the burning questions, or rather the burning question gripping the nation is who the Kuricho mass grave victims are and why 33 bodies, far more than the 14 officially listed, were buried in secret. Now, in a county, or rather in a country where families still mourn missing loved ones, such clandestine interments depend suspicion and outrage coming less than 3 years after hundreds of bodies were dug up in Shakahola forest. Let's also not forget that kuna watu walitolewa kwa maji fulani kwa kwari fulani. Nyamira County government attempt to justify the burials with partial court orders now crumbles under the damning revelations from the exhumation, raising urgent questions about accountability, procedural breaches, and the fate of the unclaimed dead. This story is on page 4. Over to you, CT.
Well, the Daily Nation has an equally interesting headline, caught flat-footed again. But the play on words in the Standard, beautiful.
Pun intended.
Beautifully.
Yes.
Beautifully said. Right. The shocking discovery of 32 bodies. I keep telling you, these things, then they're saying 33, these guys are now saying 32. Aisuru, they were above 30.
Okay.
And not 14 as initially reported. Okay? The case has echoes of the Shakahola debacle that's unfolding in court. That's what they're saying.
Right.
At the top of the paper, not bang in the middle of it, teachers' SHA woes deepen. Unions say hospitals are demanding cash payments before treating teachers, citing massive unpaid claims by the Social Health Authority. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I
I thought they handled that issue because I remember even the CS and Kupet met and other, I think, officials from, I think it was NAT.
Was there confirmation that payments were made?
TSC was also involved. No, wakasema hii kitu imesolviwa bana.
Yeah, that's what they said. But clearly from this particular report, it has not been solved.
I thought actually the presence of the CS would make this process actually much swifter, simpler, and perhaps more grounded.
What this raises is the question that I need to ask.
Yeah.
What really is happening? Why? Why is SHA not paying the hospitals? Simple question. Yes. Because if these claims are being made, unless SHA can claim or can authenticate that they have made payment and the hospitals are just speaking, should we say transferring hot air?
Yes.
It's not really complicated, is it?
It's not.
If SHA says they have paid, tell us so that we know. The hospitals that say they have not been paid, can they tell us which these hospitals are? So we know who this, because I
think one of the biggest problems with SHA City is money. They don't have money.
Yes,
they don't have money. People are not contributing. Even those who've registered, the ones who did the whole means testing, they really are not remitting those payments to Gava.
Usually when you sign in and you're employed, you don't have a choice in remitting.
No, I'm talking about the ones who are not. Because, there are a lot of private citizens who are not in the civil service. They're not in private service.
People like you and I.
Yes. So, the ones who are supposed to remit directly, for example, kuna watu wenye hawajalipa hizo vitu. So SHA haina do. So, we might say that we have registered 27 million Kenyans onto SHA, but you find that only 2 million are the ones who are paying.
I agree with you completely.
Yeah.
That this is a possible reality, but that is really not our problem, is it?
But now you see, that's why it's a problem to the teachers. It's a problem to yeah, but I don't know why it's specifically affecting teachers. Like specifically, I don't know why.
They are the only ones who are complaining. They are not civil servants in general are the largest group of people who are employed in the country. But other civil servants who are not teachers are not complaining. Do you hear them complaining?
Sijasikia watu wa railway wakicomplain, sijasikia watu wa jeshi wakicomplain, police.
Well, civil servants also have their own union. Have you heard them complaining?
No, I haven't. I actually haven't. Yeah.
Have you heard of the military complaining?
I haven't.
Of police service complaining?
I think the problem was, teachers negotiated for their own special SHA, let me call it that. And it being now special for them, perhaps it has got its own unique problems.
Again, this is where now the communication becomes really the heart of the problem.
Yeah.
A problem clearly has been cited, but nobody's coming out to explain to you in detail what it is that is happening and why these hospitals. First of all, which are these hospitals? How much are we talking about? What are these services that the teachers have gone to seek, and why have they not been provided? Because it is not that the hospitals can't provide the service. They have refused to provide the services unless the debts that have incurred now. Why are the debts? Because they provided services at an earlier time, and having provided these services, the services have not been paid for.
Yeah.
Yes.
So are we... And you remember, we started the conversation here and we said everyone needs to be onboarded onto SHA so that SHA can actually work as it should.
Actually, they should.
Yeah. So kila mtu, including the president, ministers, and also
so that
even
everybody who
MPs.
seeks healthcare.
Yes.
Because the whole idea about SHA is that it works even in private hospitals.
Exactly.
So you cannot then say that it will not work for you. Like with private insurance.
Right.
If you feel you have special needs, then you go and negotiate and you pay more. So your special needs are taken care of.
Actually, you're right, yes.
Yes.
Because there are people who will pay inpatient yao unapata ni 200,000.
Yes.
Outpatient yao wengine ni 1 million.
Yes.
Kuna wengine outpatient yao ni 10 million.
Yes.
So, and of course you all don't pay the same premium.
No, you do not pay the same amount.
Yeah, kila mtu analipa premium yake tofauti.
Yes.
Unapata huyu wa 200,000 premium yake maybe ni 16,000.
Yes.
The one for I think 2 million is usually roughly about 30 something thousand. And then the guys who now expect 2 million and above, my friend, you're paying a proper premium.
Precisely, but again, these are the things that must be made clear. Because if they're made clear, then the argument then will come in, what happens to private insurers? And I will ask a question, yes, indeed, what happens to them? If you're talking competition,
yes,
what has been said is, if you feel that what SHA offers is inadequate, by all means, get private insurance. Nothing stopping you. When we had NHIF, let me speak of myself.
Right.
I had NHIF, but I had private insurance as well. There's a role that NHIF played. Yes. And you knew, if you're hospitalized, you presented your card, they made a deduction. It was usually for the bed.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
And it was a certain amount. Then your private insurer.
I think it's 2,400 per day or something. Of the
exactly.
sort.
Your private insurer
Yes.
went and paid the rest. So, look, there's nothing we're discussing that is really complicated. The complication is that the lack of clarity.
True story.
Yes. Please tell us, when teachers go to seek medical help, the vast majority of those who go there, what are they seeking? The hospitals where they've gone to, which regions are these hospitals in? And what was the service that these guys had gone to seek? And if it is the money that are owed, how much is owed? How much has been paid? Just give the information.
Where?
Because this story just keeps going round and round and round and round.
And we never get to any kind of
No, it's like
conclusion.
somebody wants to just keeps, let's forget the story for the time being and conclude SHA has a problem, okay?
Yes.
And the problem that SHA seems to have currently is the SHA that represents teachers.
Yes. Na shida kubwa ya SHA ni pesa.
Yes. Winnie's quest for ODM post runs into headwinds. Page 4 does it now. And these headwinds, who are they? Okay? So this is politics, it is not what. It
is who.
Oh, it is who. It is who. What are they saying? Evans Muga petitioner says the election of national officials, including deputy party leaders, is the exclusive constitutional mandate of the National Delegates Conference. According to their rules and laws, we believe this is so. Okay? A case seeks to block the late Raila's daughter from recognition as Nairobi's #1 party delegate.
Ati?
Let me read it.
Please.
Friday, March 27 is shaping up to be a defining moment, which is tomorrow, for ODM, with a bitter internal power struggle spilling into the courts in a showdown that could reshape the party's leadership and future. At the heart of this dispute are 3 complaints filed with the political parties dispute tribunal, which all question the legality of key decisions made ahead of the party's national delegates convention, which is also scheduled for Friday. The most urgent case filed by ODM member Evans Muga seeks to block the recognition of East African Legislative Assembly Member of Parliament Winnie Odinga as Nairobi's #1 party delegate to prevent her from being endorsed as deputy party leader. Complicating matters further is a parallel dispute over the National Executive Committee, NEC, led by interim party leader Oburu Oginga, which has moved to expel Nairobi Senate Edwin Sifuna as Secretary General, deepening the divisions within the party. Another petition by Vincent Chepkwon challenges the legality of the NEC itself, arguing that the ODM has breached its constitution and that resolutions made on February are unlawful. So, and the story goes on, and it goes on.
And we wish them all the best.
We should, shouldn't we? Let's look at the Business Daily.
Yes, we shall.
KQ now eyes investor pool to grow its fortunes. Okay. National carrier Kenya Airways is considering tapping a consortium of investors as opposed to a single strategic investor to strengthen its balance sheet, which closed the 2025 in a negative equity position of 131 billion Kenyan shillings. Okay? For the aviation industry.
Okay. 131 billion ama million? Billion. Yesterday Kafafa alituambia they need about 260 billion, sorry. So they need to double that amount.
Good for them. I&M raises dividends for 5th year as profit hits 18.8 billion. That's the I&M group, your bank. The banks keep making money. Okay? Bank SACCOs tap 7.7 billion KMRC loans for mortgages. This is Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. This was set up in the Uhuru era. It was a good thing.
Wait a minute. You've said something about I&M before we go to that Uhuru era thing.
I&M Group has raised its dividends for the year ended December 2025 by 25% to 3.75 shillings per share, a record 6.52 billion, marking the 5th straight year of increased payout as profits grew.
You know, these guys, like some 3-4 years ago, they made their transfers free.
Yes.
I think from mobile money to the bank, or is it bank to mobile money?
It is still free.
Yes. And it looks like it's working magic for them.
It is still free.
Because it makes actually access to funds cheap.
Yes, as opposed to some banks, some of us bank with, where they even charge you. They charge you for even visiting them. Right. Kenyan banks and SACCOs took additional cheap loans worth 7.7 billion from Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company in the year ended December 2023 to expand their financing of mortgages. Let's look for these Kenya Mortgage Refinance companies so we can talk to them.
Why not?
It is a good company, and what they offer is necessary, and people need to know that you can tap into it. It's just that they don't, but you need to.
Yeah.
Chaos as Kenya orders immediate ban on low-end phones. We talked about the low-end phones yesterday, okay? But chaos, why? Because people like cheap phones, man. Mobile phone importers and dealers in Kenya face disruptions and losses after government abruptly banned sales of phones and tablets using USB Type-C charging ports, effectively outlawing low-end feature phones and older generation smartphones. This is what they did with plastics. You woke up one day and suddenly plastics will be used. So that's why I asked, who has imported these expensive phones?
And they are going to sell them to us. But this thing will just fall flat on its face. Kuna mali naenda.
But anyway, who came up with this?
The question, City, here is who will enforce that bloody rule?
The Kenya Communication Authority announced the ban on Tuesday. Public notice saying it is meant to standardize charging technology and reduce electronic waste. What are you talking about? What drivel is this? NAC blue chip firms shared 200 billion shillings on Iran war. Inflation, recession fears sparks foreign investor exits. Safaricom, Equity Bank, KCB, ABL, Corp shares hit hard. The 5 largest firms on the Nairobi browse has lost 200 billion in valuation since the start of the US bless you Israel war with Iran, hit by sustained net sales by foreign investors. Foreign investors, shoo-boop,
gone.
Yesterday
we were just talking about foreign direct investments,
It doesn't really matter where they go. They will go, they'll come back. The nature of this particular line of business
is a yo-yo.
It's a yo-yo. Today people have gone, tomorrow they've come back. The next day they're not doing anything.
Right.
But it gives an opportunity for Kenyans to invest in the browse so that you can own these wonderful things that these people are abandoning.
Right.
Yes.
Kuna jamaa anaitwa John Gugi ametuambia hivi kugeria niko kohota. Means trying is succeeding. Good morning, Timarji. Kugeria niko kohota. Guys, forgive my accent. My Kikuyu accent is kidogo inakwanga out. So anasema kuhota means kuweza. So in Spanish it says kujaribu ndio kuweza. Alando pia ametuambia the same thing. Thank you. Calvin amesema they were industrious, that's why they were targeted. Is he talking about Iran? I don't know. And then Christine Chege tells me the Medici family. Thank you, Christine. Thank you for that reminder. Like I said, guys, look for that series. It's called it's just called Medici. Go watch it. John Gogi amesema that Gashagua man is a, should I say this word on air? Is a dash politician. No one should listen to that man. And therefore keka zile emoji za kulia.
There are people who subscribe to what that man says. And if they don't and they're silent, it is assumed they subscribe.
Yeah.
There are utterances that people make. There are sort of utterances that in a situation where there's impending war,
right,
it makes you a war criminal. Because the aftermath of the war, people go back to what you said and then look at what it contributed to the situation. Yeah. One must be careful about what one says.
Yeah. What we will do, we will try and see if we can get a hold of Honorable Gashagua and see if we can ask him these specific pertinent questions. Robert Korosa amesema hujambo mabingwa, ni fahari yangu kujumuika nanyi asubuhi ya leo kutoka Kabarak Nakuru. Wanjala anasema good morning City and Paul, tuning in from today in Mombasa. Be what boys. Good morning City and Mbuvi. We are tuned in. We're taking a short break, guys. You know it's time for the news. Then when we return, we shall be hosting our guest for this particular hour. So if you're wondering who that is, why don't you check our socials?
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A court heard that investigators used the photos, videos and CCTV to place a key suspect at the scene where Rex Masai was shot during protests in Nairobi on June 20th, 2024. Crime scene officer Joshua Mutua told the court he analyzed dozens of images and video clips linked to the incident. He said the footage shows a man wearing a cap, blue shirt and bracelets in Kenyan flag colors and carrying what looked like a police radio and a baton.
How can you be able to identify the person from the footage? How are you able to identify the person?
Your Honor, you are able to describe the clothing of the day.
Yes. The clothing of the day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis what was recorded elsewhere.
Yes.
In another different period of the day.
Yes.
And if you compare the two scenarios captured by the footage, you are able to confirm indeed that cannot be another person.
A court in Nairobi has dropped charges against TikTok creator and businessman Kakan Maio. Maio had been arrested in July 2025 over claims that his online content incited violence against police. He spent 2 nights in custody before being released on a 10,000 Kenya shillings cash bail. But in a ruling, Principal Magistrate Rose Nthombi said the charges are no longer recognized under the Kenyan law.
Since the matter that is before this court, as stated, is founded on a defective and non-existent offense, the court finds as follows: that the charge herein is predicated upon a statutory provision that has been declared unlawful and is therefore void. Therefore, this matter is withdrawn. The charge is withdrawn, and under 87(5), the accused person's property to be released to him forthwith.
You are being urged to avoid panic buying of fuel as there is sufficient stock in the country. Energy and Petroleum CS Opiyo Wandayi says the government has identified some retailers allegedly hoarding fuel in anticipation of price changes. He warned that action could be taken, including affecting their licenses. This statement comes amid international fuel price hikes attributed to the ongoing Middle East conflict.
We note with concern, indeed grave concern, reports of product hoarding and speculative withholding of stocks by some oil marketing companies in anticipation of price movements. This conduct is commercially opportunistic, contrary to the public interest, and is in direct breach of licensing obligations. So all licensed oil marketing companies are strongly reminded of their legal obligation to maintain continuous supply and to release products at EPRA gazetted prices.
Members of the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee are raising concern over the possible loss of 6.3 billion Kenya shillings from a government system. An audit by the Office of the Auditor General shows the money was irregularly moved into a private account without approval. The report focuses on the e-Citizen platform and reveals major gaps and inconsistencies in payments between 2014 and 2025.
This account was not listed among the approved collection accounts by the National Treasury. In this regard, it was used to regularly collect money.
When the matter came to the attention of the National Treasury, a letter was written to Equity Bank requesting the details of the agency accounts and gave instructions to freeze them. The accounts were frozen and the funds in those accounts were withheld. We are accountable to Parliament.
The United Nations General Assembly has voted to officially recognize the transatlantic slave trade as one of the gravest crimes against humanity. The resolution proposed by Ghana also calls on UN member states to consider apologizing and supporting reparation fund. It was passed with 123 countries voting in favor, while United States, Israel and Argentina voted against. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
From our Miti Kitten range, we celebrate the spaces where Suhoor is prepared with love, bringing peace and unity to your morning.
Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. I'm with Citi Muga in the studio. I was just asking our guest in studio what he thinks about nuclear energy, but he's here to talk about, mitigating floods. But I'll still ask him nonetheless because I'd like his opinion. I'm talking about Arthur Dare. He is a member of the Architects Alliance think tank. Arthur, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Citi yako na methali ya leo imetoka Angola. Okay. Kabla tuingie kwa maneno ya nuclear energy na mambo ya flooding, labda Citi, si umpatie hiyo methali ili akwambie anafikiria nini kuihusu.
The Angolans are actually interesting in that the proverbs that I've come across are not lengthy. They are simple, straightforward, and they're not difficult to understand. That is what the translation into the English language. Huh?
Right.
Chance all, see what destiny brings.
Chance all.
Chance all, and then see what destiny brings.
Fantastic. I think maybe it goes hand in hand with only the brave are lucky. Mm-hmm. It means that if you are not brave, if you are not able to explore, if you are not able to take chances and try things, you will not even have an opportunity to see what destiny brings.
Yeah.
Actually, there's somebody who actually said something similar and said, the harder I work, the more I try, the luckier I get.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. And I like it when he threw in another, something that it has a semblance of a proverb in there.
Yeah.
It's a nice one.
I should have gotten an African one.
No. It's a good one. Yeah. So, Arthur, karibu tena sana. I was just asking you about this thing that we are calling, because the president has been very vocal about, I think it was actually yesterday or maybe the day before, I can't really remember. But, we have gone hard on this quest for nuclear energy in Kenya. And he has said that it will provide 10,000 jobs and so on and so forth. And you're not an expert in nuclear energy, but I'll ask you nonetheless, because you're a Kenyan and this will affect you in one way or another. What do you think about our quest for nuclear energy?
In the context of chance all, it would be difficult for me to first say that I'm not very confident about it. But I'll go back. It's really from the perspective of I feel that it could easily distract from a lot of other things that we need to be undertaking.
Right.
And this is sitting from my perspective. And maybe I worry a lot about our management of the waste. Because in areas where I'm an expert, we're not managing waste very well.
Yes.
And so this is a very significant undertaking. It, of course, has the ability to generate a lot of power, but then at the same time, what do you do with the waste? What do you do with all the concern around going beyond nuclear power? Just when I look at the geopolitics of the world, it feels like it might not be the best direction to take.
Yeah. We share sentiments, you and I, because if you look at other countries actually moving away from nuclear energy, and we're talking about even first world countries such as Germany. So guys who said look at places like Japan. They have very good reason, because they face frequent tsunamis and tremors and so on. So they have very good reason to abandon such projects. Here in Kenya, like you've said, we can barely handle our own waste. We can barely take care of we cannot manage crisis vizuri, drought, famine and floods. And then we want to handle nuclear energy. To be honest, I was watching that news item, I think it was yesterday, and I was just thinking this is a bad idea.
But ask yourself the simple question. If you're talking about energy,
yes,
if you live on a continent like this one of ours, what are the sources of energy that you can exploit?
We have solar energy. That one, first of all, is in abundance. We have wind energy. That also in abundance. We have hydroelectric. We have geothermal. Why we are thinking about things like nuclear in Kenya? Geothermal bana peke yake hata tuje-exploit.
Interesting thing, when you talk about geothermal, it represents, should we say, the purity of renewable energy.
Absolutely.
If you know how it actually works.
Yeah.
So you ask, if this is available, and it's available in plenty, why do we need nuclear energy?
Yeah.
Who are the people selling the technology? Who are the people who feel that this is the direction we must go? Because every time we have this discussion, some geographical area in the country is slated as being the ideal place to set it up. And then you look at the place and you ask, all these sources of energy that are available to us, are they available in those areas? And the answer is yes. So why have we fully exploited them? The answer is no. So why then do we need to go in this direction?
We actually have a newly discovered form of energy in the oceans, whereby we can actually harness the power of the tides and the power of the waves. And we are still struggling, Bana, with nuclear. We have a problem with that. But anyway, let's come back to our conversation for today. You're a member of the Architects Alliance think tank. What do you guys do at this think tank?
So the Architects Alliance is a professional body organization, and really, as we were setting it up, it was predicated on the notion of pursuing excellence in individual disciplines, especially with regard to then providing public health and safety, ultimately, enriching the discussion and the value around what professionals do. So one of the things that, of course, always becomes interesting is people ask why another organization. And we say this is specifically about architects. It's not saying that nobody else is needed, but it's saying that if architects don't sit and really look within themselves and improve their own profession and the understanding of their profession within the community, they will really not elevate everybody else. And now what it then goes to is everybody else should be able to pursue excellence in their independent disciplines, so that when we arrive together at a coordinated position, everybody is much better. I'm a member of a lot of other organizations as well. I'm a landscape architect, by the way. I'm a member of the Society of Landscape Architects, and I also support that excellence in that space. Now, the think tank within the Architects Alliance, it's really taking a long view. And what we want to do is really, and what we're doing is really look at research with regards to building laws and how that affects public health and safety, and how that affects public space, and how architects can participate a little bit more in the generation and development of building laws.
How long have we had this organization, number one, and also just architects as a whole? For how long have they been organized into various organizations?
So, just out of interest, the Board of Registration of Architects and Quantity Surveyors, BORAX, which regulates architects and quantity surveyors, is 1934. Yes. 1934.
Yes,
closer to the scramble and partition of Africa than to the new constitution.
Yes.
The Architectural Association of Kenya is 1967. And the Architectural Association of Kenya has done a very good job of nurturing and incubating a lot of other professionals. Per se, most people don't realize that it has 8 chapters. Yes.
All right. The reason I'm asking this there is because of this. We are seeing, there was a time that, Nairobi was being gentrified into what it is today. But I feel like now we are regressing as far as gentrification is concerned. And we've had all these associations, like you said, Borax, and then now we are talking about architects from the 1960s. And I'm thinking, where were they when Nairobi was being put in this mess that it is in today?
I didn't mention that the Architects Alliance is maybe about 2-3 years old. So maybe we weren't fully there. Maybe we were created out of this mess.
But not necessarily the alliance, but the body,
the overall bodies.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And I think I'll go to that. I'm very careful normally about blaming the colonial past, but the truth of the matter is we inherited a colonial planning philosophy that was really about containment, not growth. The city was supposed to be controlled and pristine and planned for 350,000 people in 1948. And subsequent efforts to improve it were not really about encouraging growth. So as the growth really began to happen and really began to explode, and I will tell you this is very much linked to political freedoms from 2002, the professionals were not fully armed with preparing regulations that would encourage healthy growth. And so, of course, economics, especially in a free market society, moves very quickly. The cities are going concern.
Very true.
You're not going to tell 5 million people, wait, we are thinking, they'll be moving. And it's an unfortunate circumstance when that happens. So what it is really is that we were trying to plan and control for a different thing that was moving a lot faster than we anticipated. One of the things I got very interested in recently is urban economics. And they complained. There's a very fantastic book called Order Without Design by an architect planner who worked with a lot of urban economics called Alain Bertrand, who worked in Algeria, Yemen. And he explained that the trouble is he found that the design and planning professionals were not as aware of the force of economics. So if I told you today that this urban economics actually develop models that predict the shape of a city and the form of a city.
Right.
But if you ask professionals around the country, and actually, I don't know, I've been looking for an urban economist, a specific urban economist in Kenya. I know economists, but an urban economist,
You've not seen one.
not yet found.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is we were very good. Maybe I would say we knew the tactics, but we didn't have a strategy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, for example, there's a picture that surfaced a couple of days ago, and it's just a picture, but the reality on the ground has been like that for a very long time, of Embakasi, Saiza pipeline. And you could see the trash literally in between these two high-rise buildings where people live in. And I was asking myself, my goodness, how do people live in this particular area? Now, I'm not blaming this one on the architects, but I'm actually blaming it on the management of that particular area.
Yeah.
Someone is in charge of taking care of trash in that area, but they're not doing their job. But why aren't they doing their job? Is it because they have abscond duty, or is it because they do not have the tools to actually perform the functions that they were tasked with? And if you look at around the city, you'll find a lot of that particular situation going on. And I wonder, when shall we land? We're in 2026, surely. This is not the first time Nairobi is flooding. This is not the first time people have died from floods. This is not the first time that we have talked about trash. It's not the first time we're talking about Nairobi rivers and how they're clogged and dirty and they're looking the way they're looking. It's not the first time, but it looks like we're all about lip service and not action.
Do the citizens of this country understand that they have a role
to play?
Yes, in ensuring that their well-being is taken care of, beyond, of course, electing these people we elect to represent us? Is there any understanding of what their role is?
That's a very good question, and I was going to answer both questions.
Please do.
A little bit lengthy, so but with a story.
We have time.
There was a time I was doing something on job group creation, the job descriptions. And at that point, I learned a very interesting thing. I thought about these little signboards that you see in toilets. For when somebody cleans, they tick. They tick.
Right.
They tick. And all along, I had been sure that signboard is there, so that when the guy cleans, he ticks.
Yes.
And says that he has cleaned.
It has timestamps.
It has timestamps.
Yes.
At this point, I suddenly realized that the key reason for having that thing is for the supervisor to turn up, see this guy has cleaned, then look and say, oh, the toilet is clean.
So confirmation, yeah.
If the toilet is not clean, but the guy has ticked he has cleaned, he must find out what was the problem. Does this guy have the resources?
Yes.
Did he have the soap? Is the mop good? And if all those are true, then he should realize this guy doesn't know what a clean toilet looks like.
Right.
And it then struck me that if a toilet is dirty for an hour, it is the fault of the cleaner. If it is dirty for a day,
yes,
it is the fault of the supervisor.
You're actually right.
If it is dirty for a week, it is the fault of the manager, of the supervisor.
Right.
If it is dirty for a month, it is the fault of the director. If it is dirty for a year,
the proprietor now has a problem.
Everybody.
Yeah.
If it is dirty for as long as we've known, which is where you're talking about,
yes,
it now goes beyond the individual. It goes to a huge societal problem. But how, in such circumstances, who then do you blame? Of course, you have to go back and start from the highest powers.
Okay.
And the issue of cleaning, the issue of that trash, while true that it has started from that cleaner, is lacking vision at a leadership position about how to cascade that back down to the cleaning. I could go further and say, while it might not be an architect's problem per se, the architects should have been looking and asking, how did this sort of development happen? How did the development that doesn't encourage easy governance and easy cleaning of such spaces.
Waste management
occur while we had our eyes open. So we still bear some responsibility, and we do bear some responsibility to go back and look and say, now, since we're very creative, we're very innovative, what ways can we think of assisting so that it enables easier governance? Yes.
Yeah, actually, you're right, because I've seen, I can't remember which country in the West, but some place in Europe where they have redesigned and reimagined waste management in this way. Now they have created places where you can actually deposit trash in the garbage bins, but those garbage bins, after you've deposited, they sink into the ground, and the ground is just level, and you can walk on it, you can do whatever it is on it. But whenever you need to deposit the trash, you know, you press a button, then it comes up, and then you... So if they can do that in those places, hapa Kenya, bado naonanga kuna shida. I drive through Mlolongo sometimes, and the amount of takataka kwa barabara, forget even besides, yani in the middle of the road, you even wonder, how are we allowed to drive on this?
Yes, that is an interesting challenge as well, because it was an interesting study that came up in India.
Yes.
That showed, and this one the sociologist, anthropologist would tell you, the mentality whereby if people perceive that a place that their neighbors and the rest of their colleagues will keep a place clean,
yes, they
are more likely to keep it clean.
Yes.
But once everybody begins to suspect that whatever I do
is ID,
then suddenly everybody joins.
True.
And that's the unfortunate cascading effect that we've had. We lost some of this political will post-2002, and were very optimistic, and people were ready to collectively come together. So in a strange way, you can even blame problems of corruption with problems of litter.
True.
Because nobody wants to take personal accountability, because people say, even if very many of us still hold on to our trash, but there's still a lot of trash.
Yeah.
And so somebody will get to the point and say, even if I keep this,
look at what is out here.
Look at what will happen.
Yeah.
So what they show in that study is within their immediate environments and immediate confines, the people were very clean.
Yes.
Which means they know what it meant to be clean. But just outside their doorstep, if they felt the county, if they felt the municipality, if they felt whichever organization was not working to support them,
yes,
they then felt no urgency to further participate
in their own welfare.
Yes.
You know, it's crazy, eh?
No, it isn't actually. It isn't. It speaks to the mind or the mindset that we have. Now, this is a wee situation here, because rubbish doesn't pile up in a day. We actually watch it piling. And it doesn't pile up in where we see it. It piles up elsewhere before it actually gets there. What do you think is the state of mind of individuals within, say, a country like ours that speaks for this rubbish we talk about everywhere? Because it doesn't start as rubbish. It starts as something you've utilized and something that has been of benefit to you. And what it is that you then discard is then what forms that rubbish heap.
Yeah.
What is it about your mind that finds this acceptable? What is it about your mind that accommodates this? To the point where it actually inconveniences you, and you full well know it may even harbor diseases that could kill you. Why do you accommodate this? If you look at it, it's that same mindset that allows us or enables us to actually have a constitution like the one we have that gives you, the sovereign, unlimited powers, or the ultimate powers of determination and decision making. But you also understand that for this to work, you need to transfer that power to somebody. You transfer for them to work for you. And yet we treat them as though we work for them. So that contradiction, cognitive dissonance, is a good word that people like to throw around when discussing this. But it also speaks simply over people who at some level have given up.
Yeah. But you mean us, citizens?
Oh, it's us. This one is not them, or it's us. It speaks of a certain point where, because when giving up, then you then seek to simply do that which keeps you and your immediate enclave first of all, family, then relatives, then friends, safe, and you're fine. That is the description of what you call the Kenyan middle class.
Na saa zingine hata friends hawako kwa equation, but yes.
Yes, because these are people who actually have means. They understand they can live from today and tomorrow. They forget that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics and their definition of the middle class is actually daunting. You're talking about earning from 23,000 to onwards. So essentially you're one salary away from poverty. And you still think that you need to distance yourself from the things that would make your life better. It's a self-defeating. It's like you set in motion the very things that would harm you. Now that isn't a good mindset. And that is the reason why you'll hear, for instance, when people talk about voting, they'll tell you, we just want to get rid of this person. Say, okay, we've gotten rid of him. Then
next,
should we not have what we want to replace? Because
actually, for you to replace, for you to get rid, you need a replacement.
You do. So can we talk of the replacement and what we actually need? And the replacement can't be a person. No. At electing a good person, these people who are elected tend to be good. That's why we elect them. But then they are rotten before they are ripe. You elect them, and before you can say, ha,
there's who.
Yes, and then you transfer your faculties of seeing to your mouth. You open your mouth and wonder what on earth is happening. It takes me back to what I was saying about the role that we play. The accountability role is something we do not seem to understand well, and if we do, we are loath to put it into practice. The alliance that Arthur is part of is an accountability body. They think through issues and they're saying, what do we do next? That's accountability. And then how, not what. What, then how. It's accountability. But for some reason, we are unable to do it with the people whom we've delegated the powers of making our lives better. We somehow, we know what we do, but we hold back. Why do we hold back?
Yeah.
And, Muga was just going to say something to that, and especially in terms of understanding democracy. For most of us, we've understood democracy as being synonymous with elections.
Yes.
That the minute you complete your elections,
your work is done.
Your work is done.
Yes, and yet it's actually just begun.
And it has exactly the point. Your work has just begun. And this is perhaps the problem. And some of us will accept. We are guilty of that. We, as professionals, were comfortable in our space. We were doing our work. We can say we did good work. But we did not want to engage beyond elections and beyond advocacy and beyond campaign.
And supporting certain candidates.
Yes. And critically, that significant component that we see called public participation, which is very interesting because it's misunderstood, both by the people who are for it and the people who are generally against it. Because participation really means how do you engage a public over time, build confidence and trust in what you're trying to do. So in a different organization, Kunkai Design Initiative, where I work, a not-for-profit that deals with public space, we like to speak of co-design. And you have gone beyond participation. You're not telling people we have participated. You're saying, here are our ideas. You give us the ideas. We work together and progress. We share our expertise. You share your experience. And eventually, you get to a solution where everybody is now in agreement and with trust. It is a very difficult part of democracy because in that Embakasi place, when all those things were coming up, there had been true engagement. You're not saying no. You're not going there to engage to say, no, I don't want this built. You're going to say, you guys need 2,000 units here. How best do we get 2,000 units? And can I truly demonstrate to you that 2,000 won't fit, but 1,500 can, and allow you to manage all this? The people who should have really been engaging in that conversation, because they operate at the end of the planning stream, were architects and landscape architects. And for very long, what we did is sat back and said, okay, here are our planning regulations, here is our zoning, now I will follow. But if I am pushed, I might push a little beyond, rather than to say, how do you do this well? And the tools do exist, and those are some of the things we are beginning to advocate for, and speak to the county about improving. One of the ones that I am breaking it here, but I know we've sent memorandum to the county already separately, is that we the county construction is generally controlled by the Department of Planning, and it's guided by the Physical Planning Act. But what I was saying is we have gotten to the point where our construction has gotten so sophisticated, the densities have grown. We need to separate planning from building and actually create a department of building, so that once planning is done and approved, enforcement and development of site-specific codes moves to building, the Department of Building, and better still have a city architect, because at the end of the day, people engage with what they see and what they experience. And sometimes planning becomes too abstract. It's a very important tool, but for many people, planning becomes abstract, and they will say, this place, if it's zoned, it will work. And as an architect, I want to say the zoning alone will not be sufficient. If additional form and performance design codes do not become sophisticated enough at the site to enable this zoning to be actualized into an interesting form.
Help me understand. So I think I have an inclination as to what zoning is, but help me understand, what exactly is zoning?
And why is it necessary?
So my planner friends are not happy with me because I have been reading various books. One is called Arbitrary Lines, that advocates for an abolition of zoning. There's another one called Land Use Planning Without Zoning. And this, of course, I mentioned Order with Design. And this is what I am pushing them to say, chance, so that destiny can lead you somewhere. How can you think outside the box, even if you come back to it? Now, zoning. What is zoning and why is it necessary? Zoning is really the appropriation of a certain use or a performance for a parcel of land so that it can work and be controlled within a greater community and a greater society. Really, it should be, I would look at it as a way of sharing the land. One of the most fascinating things I saw in Singapore is in their Museum of Planning, they start with the word that everything we do requires land. Land is a finite resource. Therefore, we must share the land. So when you're zoning, and the zoning most people understand is actually land use zoning, which zones by use and tells you in this area it's commercial, in this area it's residential, in this area it's this is a public space. Within that zoning, there is some performance metric that they mainly put here, and that's your plot ratio, which tells you how much you can build. And at certain points, there are setbacks. Now, you can add a lot more performance matrices into the zoning, which is what we need to be working at, even concurrently as we figure out how to rethink our overall planning. I can see, maybe I'll just stop there for it to sink, but I will continue.
Just continue. I like what you're saying. So please continue.
So there are various methods of zoning. There are certain places where people have argued for a form-based zoning. So they say we are not going to direct what you do on that piece of land. We are going to direct how what you do will look like. Right? So I'm not going to say this has to be residential. I will just say this cannot exceed this height of meters. It must be set back by this much. It must allow light to hit the road, sunlight at, say, 3 p.m. to hit the road within this angle. I'm trying to simplify this as much as possible.
And I'm totally getting it.
Yes, that's it's called a slant plane restriction.
Yes.
It might go further and say, because we were speaking to flooding and I spoke to this, it might go further and say, in this piece of land, if you develop it, the rate of post-development runoff should not exceed the rate of pre-development runoff.
Okay.
So by the time you have that performance-based zoning ordinance or a form-based zoning ordinance, it has not restricted what you can use it for. If you want to put a petrol station,
yes,
see if you can put a petrol station that meets all those forms and performance issues.
Okay.
So chances are you will find that you can't. Yeah. The people who advocate for no zoning go towards focusing on ordinances, which is basically how do you control nuisances that might happen for a particular piece of land. Some of that becomes a little bit more difficult. We already do it. We just don't realize because NEMA will tell you that this is the amount of sound that can live from this property.
Yes.
So somebody was writing and saying, hey, in this area, this is what we can see and this is the sound. And so if somebody really wanted to do a bar in there, people must arrive at a certain point, disappear inside the bar. They should not be heard or seen and they should leave before 6 or something.
Okay.
So the bar might work in a deep, I'm being radical here, you understand. It might work in a deep residential area because you have controlled the performance and the ordinances.
Yes.
Just a step back, you see, the main reason why zoning came up was the Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
And that was really at a point when they began to want to separate, especially, these heavy industries that had noxious gases, wastes that were not compatible. So they wanted to separate a lot of incompatible land uses. But fast forward, zoning has also had a very horrible history since then. In the US, there was a lot of racial zoning. In Kenya itself, our master plan for a 1948 colonial capital was actually predicated on segregated zoning.
It was racially.
It was racially, yes.
Yes, inspired.
Inspired. In fact, I always like to remind people that there were 3 authors. I always remember one in specific because he was a chap called Professor L.W. White from the University of Cape Town. So you can imagine 1948, University of Cape Town, producing a master plan for Nairobi. And the guy is called White.
and 1948 is significant because it's around that same time that the National Party, which was predominantly a Boer party, took reins of control of the government of South Africa.
Okay.
And so they were then able, most people don't know, before then apartheid may have existed, but it hadn't been legislated, it hadn't become the form by which everybody
remembers it.
No, it was not a legal structure.
Yeah.
It became a legal structure by which things were done. Before that, it actually wasn't. And people like that and others who are academics propagated these very ideas and gave life to it. They breathed life into it. Yes.
I mean, even the Nazis were academics, some of them professors and so on.
No, everything was written. And in fact, one of the interesting things, that book, because it's a book, A Master Plan for a Colonial Capital, it was published.
Okay.
And the other day I was browsing through it and I was looking for a copy. And it seemed to suggest that it is still copyrighted, though I thought copyright must end after a certain number of years.
There's a statute of limitation somewhere.
Yes. But what I felt is, one, we should not accept it to be copyrighted. And I thought, really, the county, so hopefully they're hearing now, should go out and publish several copies and make sure people start reading it. Just so that we know where we came from. Because there are subtle things that are thrown in there that we have
embraced
and owned, and we don't realize
to this date.
And we don't realize where they came from. So I will ask you, this area we are in right now, how many public parks?
How many public spaces do we have?
Yes, in this area.
To be honest, I don't know.
I think the question you should ask is, the spaces that were meant for the public in this area, what actually happened to them?
Yes.
Because the planning did include
yes,
those.
It included some. But one of the most interesting things I found, because I get in trouble for saying some of these things, I go to Munich. I really like Munich because it's predicated on Platz, squares. So the squares, there are several squares that become...
Squares are open spaces.
Open spaces.
Yes.
That's really where a lot of the train station ends, public transport ends, but, they are open public spaces.
All right.
And there's so many of them.
And then within the town.
They are within the town.
Yes.
And now I was reading and discovered that when these guys were preparing this colonial master plan, they decided that the European square was not really African. I'm still struggling to understand, what participation they took. Because I keep imagining that if our city had been planned along several squares, with several public spaces, the density would not feel as bad. The density that is cropping up.
We wouldn't feel so crowded in.
We wouldn't feel so crowded. We would have a clear focus on public space and all that. But this was written back in 1948, and it was based on the garden city concept, which was coming out of the UK, out of the Industrial Revolution. And they were trying to create almost like a village urban type of living. But that notion was not really about density and about numbers. It was about the guys in the UK, especially the elites, trying to figure out how do we reclaim this city that is becoming a mess.
Okay.
Because London itself has had its own problems, some of the same ones that we are dealing with. Now, they could do that here without resistance.
Yes.
Because it was a colonial capital. So, how do we... And I know this started coming from zoning. So we need to be very careful that when we are dealing with zoning, we are not dealing with segregation.
Okay.
But we are actually dealing with how do you manage the sharing of land.
Do you know segregation is often viewed by others as an intended consequence? And in reality, it can be that. But ask yourself the thinking that the colonialists or the imperialists had, and why it is that even with independence it appealed to very many people in our country who then took political leadership roles. Because that particular planning offered you something better that others did not have. So when you look at colonialism, you cannot look at it devoid of the class system, which is precisely that. It's created. There's nothing organic about it. And those who find themselves in it, whether by accident or design, seek to ensure that it is retained. Hence, the schooling at primary, secondary level up to university education. And then there's this little nexus. It's called the acquisition of material wealth. It can propel you into those circles at a rather quick rate. Now, I bring this into this discussion for one simple reason. The very discussion we are having, and which leads to problems that we've had with flooding, in many instances doesn't have anything to do with a lack of understanding. It has to do with something else that crept in with the Industrial Revolution, the Agricultural Revolution in Europe, the modernization of transportation, the pull effect, as some people call it. People understood what material wealth could do beyond the spheres that they understood it before, and it was easily transmitted because there were very many people in one space, which previously was not the case before all these events took place. So you will find that you will train people to do the things they do, but the driving force that superintends and surpasses everything else you've learned is this desire to actually be materially better off than others. This is to put it politely. When you come to Kenya, it corrupts you never in one fell swoop. It's in little bits and pieces, and the end of it is you become a thief. Yes, that's the end result. So you will bastardize everything that you know and twist it and turn it. You will use the laws that exist, again, interfere with it in the best way possible, just so that you can gain individually. And when you're smart, then you get into a group of people who seek to benefit, and these people never seem to move. That position seems to be inherited because they leave or they die, attrition takes place, but other people take over. There is hardly any place where you find this exhibited more than the city of Nairobi. There are people who literally own the city, literally. And they took over from the so-called white people. And the thing is, they understood.
Yes.
Everything that is done is to propagate this. So everything else that we speak of is given lip service, but it's never adhered to. How do you explain, for instance, you have an area where certain buildings were put up with an understanding that the infrastructure would support this number of people. Then you come up, you don't improve that infrastructure, and then you quadruple the number of people. It is so obvious what is going to happen.
Yeah, and a lot of that but is happening right now in Kileleshwa area and Kilimani area, and it's really sad. I usually watch on TV and news Nini Al Jazeera and so on and so forth, buildings being demolished, controlled demolition of course, where they decide that look, clearly the planning that we had for this particular area isn't necessarily what we thought it would be, and so this building has got to go down because we need to have a park in this particular area. How they do that, whether people are compensated, I don't know, but I know it happens. Is it something we can do here and say, look, clearly kuna makosa tulifanya, makosa imefanyika, now we need to compensate Arthur Dare here, we give him X amount of money and akajenge building yake wapi sio Kimau, so that now this area can go back to its intended use. We can have a park here, or we can have a subway, whatever, train.
Why do you even need to compensate people?
I'm just saying because I do not know how it happens. I don't know.
So I it is something that is going to be inevitable. I always like to think of training as making sure people can see 20, 30 years in advance. So in our current trend, you can imagine that we will be in a dystopian situation in 15, 20 years.
You think so?
No. No. And the reason why we won't be is because we also need to survive.
Okay.
So it will become more painful to do some of the things you're talking about. So now is the time to start thinking.
Thank you.
About them. One of my favorite projects, I think, is called the third New York City tunnel. It's a tunnel for water that is supposed to be brought from the Catskill Mountains. And this thing was planned in the 50s, targeted to be completed. Right, maybe they've substantially finished it.
About now.
Yes, they've substantially finished it. Of course, there have been changes along the way, but they were very clear that they had 2 tunnels of water. These things have a lifespan.
Yeah.
Within 60, 70 years, they'll be breaking down. The 2 tunnels are for redundancy, so that if you need to shut one down to fix. But they said we will need a third.
Yes.
And it's a huge undertaking. The ideas for solving that need to happen Now, I think of what I was studying in 1999 when I was studying architecture at the University of Nairobi, 1998. I like to go back and look. And I think, and I apologize to my lecturers, we were very limited in our imagination.
Your lecturers were very limited in encouraging you to expand your imagination.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I never conceived more than a 4-story building. Whether that's good or bad is a whole different situation.
Okay.
I look at a few of those things, and we are projecting numbers in 1998. I'm saying Nairobi at that time is 1-point-something million. It will be 3.5 by 2015. When I looked at the trajectory I had, it didn't pass 2015. And I'm now looking at it in 2026. I'm still healthy. I'm still of sound mind. It means that time span was much smaller than we were thinking about.
Do we encourage people to actually expand their horizons in terms of thinking, to go beyond set boundaries? Do we allow for it? And those who dare, what happens to them?
Now they're allowed, if I'm not wrong. I believe they are.
They're encouraged. But I'll go back a little to this flooding situation. You see, the conversation is beginning to change slightly. But for a long time, every time it floods, you'll hear people say drainage is bad. And so everybody goes and solves the independent problem. It's like that story of the blind man and the elephant.
Do they really solve the problem?
No, they want to. They'll make a bigger drain. The individual normally solves this problem. This guy who has built on 1 acre here will drain his water. So his drainage is good.
Yes.
But collectively, they are just overwhelming the system. Now, it has taken a very long time for that conversation to happen.
Yeah.
Why? Because in the 1950s, when the colonialists were dealing with drainage in that way, building bigger and bigger channels, we missed the fact that they are now not dealing with it just that way. They're dealing with it through a multiplicity of actions, which we are now working towards getting just the drainage. So what I'm going to, one thing that we need to think about is when we drain that water, where do we drain it to?
Okay.
Where does it go?
Where does it go? And if we build bigger drainages, it is going to go somewhere else faster. I'm not saying we don't need to, and people should not misunderstand me. We just need to be clear that we understand that this thing doesn't need to go anywhere very fast. I can tell you for free, our engineers can calculate exactly how much water will run off a surface, because that's how they design drainages, how big it is, and how fast it will reach a different place. So they can tell you, in this area, there'll be this much water. So if we know that, how do we start reducing how the water gets to a different place quickly? I'll tell you another thing about drainage.
Yes.
It's one of the few I've not really heard. So in the 50s, they were dealing with stormwater quantity. That's get rid of the water. By the 70s, they started worrying about the quality of stormwater that they're draining.
Why?
To just get to that, and now they have seen the entire ecosystem in terms of, I will deal with the quality, quantity, but I will also bring the human being and how they interact with the spaces we create for the quality of water. To your question, Muga, why were they dealing with the quality? The first flash of water, say it hasn't rained for a month, then it rains and it's cleaned out. It's probably the worst water for the ecosystem, because that's where you get all the rubber that tires have left, all the soot, oil, everything horrible on the road. If we collect all that water very quickly and send it to Athi River, who are we sending it to?
Where does Athi River drain to?
Yes. And so,
who are the people along that path?
Yes. And so I know that is part of what Nairobi River Commission
is dealing with.
They're my friends.
You've hesitated there.
Sometimes they get unhappy. They think I'm not supporting them. But what I'm saying is,
they listen?
A focus on the riparian area alone is not sufficient if you do not solve the point source.
Amesoma jinsi kulenga swali. Sawa tu.
No,
the riparian land.
They will listen.
Riparian sawa twende.
Yes. So the focus has to extend.
Yes.
before the riparian. It has to extend to the watershed, because the entire, anywhere, the watershed is, if I drop water here, assuming nothing obstructed it, where would it drain?
I thought what you're saying is the solution exists.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what you're saying.
Yes.
What's the impediment?
Impediment is vision, political will, governance.
How do you make the people who are the take charge in this to understand that what you are putting across to them is also of benefit to them? Because leadership in this country, political as in elected, appointed as in again political, tends to lean towards what benefits them. How do you explain it to these individuals so they understand the benefits of these things? Because if they don't see the benefit, they will not support it. They'll pay lip service.
That's a fascinating question. And you said I'm good at running away from questions.
No, that particular question, you proved that you are very adept
at ignoring.
That one, and I want to suggest that you go into politics. It is something that very few politicians do as well as you do.
Arthur, we have come to the end of the show. Before we exit, Njuki amesema we can barely handle garbage and we are thinking of nuclear waste containment. Expect mutated fishes with horns and frogs with giraffe necks when the waste is dumped in rivers. I agree with you, Njuki. Meladis amesema so proud of our brother Arthur Dare. Catherine anasema the analogy of who takes the responsibility of a dirty toilet is an apt one. It makes the issue of waste management easy to understand. Well in Arthur. Tindis Mung'ala amesema good morning City and Mbuvi. Well, good morning to you too, Tindis. Arthur, Aki, asante sana.
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is the time we had. You see that issue you've just talked about, zoning. Now I've understood it from a different perspective, because what I thought I knew clearly wasn't sufficient. So let's organize and see if this conversation can continue. I'll see you.
Yes.
All right. Here's the news. Yeah, you wanted to say something?
No, thank you very much.
Karibu tena sana. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A court heard that investigators used the photos, videos and CCTV to place a key suspect at the scene where Rex Masai was shot during protest in Nairobi on June 20th, 2024. Crime scene officer Joshua Mutua told the court he analyzed dozens of images and video clips linked to the incident. He said the footage shows a man wearing a cap, blue shirt and bracelets in Kenyan flag colors and carrying what looked like a police radio and a baton.
How can you be able to identify the person from the footage? How are you able to identify the person?
Your Honor, you are able to describe the clothing of the day.
Yes. The clothing of the day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis what was recorded elsewhere.
Yes.
In another different period of the day.
Yes.
And if you compare the two scenarios captured by the footage, you are able to confirm indeed that cannot be another person.
A court in Nairobi has dropped charges against TikTok creator and businessman Kakan Maio. Maio had been arrested in July 2025 over claims that his online content incited violence against police. He spent 2 nights in custody before being released on a 10,000 Kenya shillings cash bail. But in a ruling, Principal Magistrate Rose Nthombi said the charges are no longer recognized under the Kenyan law.
Since the matter that is before this court, as stated, is founded on a defective and non-existent offense, the court finds as follows: that the charge herein is predicated upon a statutory provision that has been declared unlawful and is therefore void. Therefore, this matter is withdrawn. The charge is withdrawn, and under 87(5), the accused person's property to be released to him forthwith.
You are being urged to avoid panic buying of fuel as there is sufficient stock in the country. Energy and Petroleum CS Opiyo Wandayi says the government has identified some retailers allegedly hoarding fuel in anticipation of price changes. He warned that action could be taken, including affecting their licenses. The statement comes amid international fuel price hikes attributed to the ongoing Middle East conflict.
We note with concern, indeed grave concern, reports of product hoarding and speculative withholding of stocks by some oil marketing companies in anticipation of price movements. This conduct is commercially opportunistic, contrary to the public interest, and is in direct breach of licensing obligations. So all licensed oil marketing companies are strongly reminded of their legal obligation to maintain continuous supply and to release products at EPRA-gazetted prices.
Members of the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee are raising concern over the possible loss of 6.3 billion Kenya shillings from a government system. An audit by the Office of the Auditor General shows the money was irregularly moved into a private account without approval. The report focuses on the e-Citizen platform and reveals major gaps and inconsistencies in payments between 2014 and 2025.
This account was not listed among the approved collection accounts by the National Treasury. In this regard, it was used to regularly collect money.
When the matter came to the attention of the National Treasury, a letter was written to Equity Bank requesting the details of the agency accounts and gave instructions to freeze them. The accounts were frozen and the funds in those accounts were withheld. We are accountable to Parliament.
The United Nations General Assembly has voted to officially recognize the transatlantic slave trade as one of the gravest crimes against humanity. The resolution proposed by Ghana also calls on UN member states to consider apologizing and supporting reparation fund. It was passed with 123 countries voting in favor, while United States, Israel and Argentina voted against. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The London Marathon organizers are considering staging next year's event across 2 days. No approval has been given yet, but event organizers say they are exploring ways to enable more people to take part. It comes after a record 1.1 million people applied in the public ballot to participate in the 2026 edition, a 36% increase on the previous year. The immediate former Shabana head coach Peter Okidi is willing to reunite with the club. However, he has set out several conditions the management must meet for him to return. Okidi has also been named the Kenyan Premier League Coach of the Month for February. He won all 4 matches as Shabana coach during the month. Here is Okidi.
So naweza sema wamenipatia platform ambayo pia maybe tukikaa nayo kwa meza zile terms nilikuwa nazo na conditions unaona zitakuwa tofauti cause nimegrow. So kile naweza sema I'm still in football. Football is a something ambayo ina revolve. Leo uko hapa, kesho uko pale. The good thing ni kwamba mahali umetoka usitoke kama umetoka vibaya, usikanyage hiyo sahani. So mimi naweza sema hatujaachana nao vibaya.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. We are internationally recognized on www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Where exactly are you listening to us from ama on? Uko terrestrial, uko digital, but tuko Facebook pia, tuko live kule. If you look for our page, that is Radio Generation Kenya, you'll definitely see us there. On YouTube as well, we are live. That is Radio Generation Kenya. And on X, kwanza X inakuanga live 24/7. Somewhere else you'll also get us live 24/7 is that website I gave you on radiogeneration.co.ke. City, good morning once again.
Good morning.
That conversation we had with Bwana Architect hapa hivi was actually a very beautiful one.
Anaitwa Arthur.
Ndio sasa nilikuwa nasema.
It was actually a wonderful conversation.
It was I loved it. Kuna vitu amesema hapo nikakaa nikifikiria. Tunafaa kubomoa manyumba kadha wa kadha hapa Nairobi.
Yes.
And perhaps even around Kenya, if we are to see Nairobi and specifically Nairobi, of course, restored to its, what I would say, intended glory.
The question he asked about open spaces, planning always leaves for open spaces, okay? Whether within the center of the town, on the outskirts. You look at the population, the intended population, purpose, and you create this. To understand this, you need to go to a place like Buruburu, because that was planned. Buruburu was just about the most beautiful, well thought out living area that we've ever seen in this country. But because of these shortcuts we're talking about, the theft and the love for money, above all else, that beauty was eroded within a very, very short time.
Yes.
Whether it was a playing field, people just see cut off bits and pieces of it. Whether it was the spaces for schools, people just keep cutting spaces. When you have a population of that nature and you build that larger development, it is supposed to be a town, essentially. All those people living there, the understanding is with time, it grows so that people don't really need to go to the CBD to do work. What you're doing can actually be done there because the population exists for the services that you may provide. Yes. But we lost that plot. Even Umoja, we had those plans. If you look at some of the very, very older cities or the older establishments, colonial, in some of the bigger towns, whatever they built, there was always a shopping center. Always.
Yeah.
Always. What we now call malls. They existed within that particular environment. And there was always a space, a public space, where children could go run, play football. Just like in what we call Eastlands, those spaces existed, but you also had social halls. These were colonial creations.
Yes.
But the social halls where people met, if you wanted to go and have a drink, there was a corner within. And in some of those times, what we call local brews were legalized, and you could actually go and buy it and drink it there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that has changed for the worse. And the city is the point where you can study all these changes because you know what was planned and what we actually currently have.
I look at a place like Isili and I ask myself, because I have seen Isili, grow, graduate and become what it has become today. And then I remember the Isili I saw for the very first time. Man, that place has become super congested.
It has.
Isili imekuwa congested.
And when you talk of open spaces, is there an open space you've seen in Isili?
I cannot remember. I'm sure there is. I mean, I know they have a stadium somewhere where folks go and play football.
The stadium is just, that's a much larger. There are small open spaces that should exist. It can't be just a stadium.
Okay.
It is given the population of a certain area. There are amenities, that's what they're called, social amenities, that are given to them. So that people in that area can enjoy those amenities. Yes.
Because kwanza ukiingia Isili from forget 10. Ukiingia Eastleigh at 9, the traffic. Oh my goodness. And then the pikipikis, and then ongeza sasa matatu zenye zinataka kukuchota, zenye zinabebana, watu wanapitisha mikokoteni, nguo zimetoka wapi zinapelekwa sijui wapi, dera zimetoka huku zinaenda huku kwingine. And I'm just like, Mike, how do there's hardly parking in that particular area. There are places where you know you can get parking that has been designated. But, you know, like the way in the CBD, you can just drive and park in front of a bank, get in, do your business, and get out. Hey,
you can do that in the CBD?
Yeah. Up in Nairobi.
You can do that?
Nairobi? I've done that several times, yes.
Then you must tell me where these things are done.
But sometimes, City, you'll have to go round and round. Ungoje kamutu kamoja kakitoka. 17 of you fight for that parking space. And don't forget, Kanjo wants you to pay 300 shillings, yet you're going to be there for like less than an hour, sometimes even minutes. We need to reorganize this city of ours. We honestly need to. I don't know what it will take. I don't know what magic, black or white magic, but something needs to happen. And it needs to happen ASAP. Because kama mimi ninaona Nairobi ikiwa hivi saizi, what about my children? In another 20 years when they grow up and they actually become adults, they will see a very different Nairobi. Because already it's chaotic as it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
The chaos is created. It is created. There's nothing organic about it. People ignore what they should do and they do what they think will benefit them directly. The consequences are dire. Whenever we make these plans and we do the things we do as Kenyans,
yes,
the thing we don't seem to pay heed to is what the outcome of these things will be.
Yeah.
And they will be there. The outcomes will be there. Yes.
Arthur Day, of course, said that we inherited a colonial philosophy as far as urban planning is concerned.
We did.
We didn't. Kwani watu walichukua usukani serikali, especially when walichukua wakati wa President Moi. Kwani hao watu hawakuanga na kuona mbele? They didn't have foresight.
They did. But you cannot. You have to look at our progression from the moment colonial times. Pre-independent, independence, and then you move along.
Yeah.
Because the foundation on which people like Moi were functioning was set up with the Jomo Kenyatta government, which he was part of, but he wasn't president.
Yes.
And remember, the idea of a city as we know it, we inherited the city. If we inherited it, we inherited with its plans.
But city even knew, well, I don't know about you, but let me talk even about myself and probably other Kenyans. You inherit a house because you want to go and pay rent there, because you want to go and live there. You remodel it in a few ways. You change the lights, put a chandelier there, probably put some wallpapers on the wall because you don't like the color landlord aliamua kukuwekea. You mount your TV on the wall. You know, the things you do to ensure that you enjoy your space. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Unaeka carpet because you don't like the floor, or at the very least you can put zinitangwa zile karatasi ya floor paper, floor mat, whatever it is, because you want to take that space, make it comfortable, and make it yours. Why are we not doing that with our own city? We inherited it, yes, of course. I inherited this space from the people that were there before me, so I try and make it as good as it can be. So if you're a mayor, if you're a governor, if you're an MP, if you're an MCA, I mean, surely you just don't get in there and continue earning a salary and then not think about...
No, they don't just earn a salary. They ensure that they do business with the city or the county.
Then if you're doing business with the city, do good business for the... Tuibia lakini make sure umetuacha vizuri. Not that I'm encouraging uibe. I'm just saying.
You don't need to steal. In fact, the short-sightedness of the people who are in political positions shock me. They don't seem to understand that with a system like the one we have, where we have a two-tier form of government, that the wealth of the county government, if it is enhanced and the focus of enhancing that wealth is enhanced, that the things that they want to do in terms of business will be greater because there will be more money within that particular ecosystem. And if it is wealth they are seeking, they want to be rich, they will become richer. But our people focus on eating the seed money, taking it raw at the source. So how on earth do you expect something to grow? If you are a maize farmer and you've kept maize aside as seed maize, and you go and eat that, what will you have to plant? Or you eat most of it and you leave a little. It means you've already reduced the harvest because you're planting little. It's not a complicated, simple system to understand.
Yeah.
But that's what we prefer. People at the national level in some of the ministries that are not devolved. Money is given so that the country can develop. You see, the economy isn't represented by one ministry.
Yeah.
It's everything within the country working together and doing the things that they do for the betterment of the citizenry. The cumulative effect is what brings about, when it is fully realized as it was intended, the economic growth that we speak of. And economic growth means there is more money in circulation, and if there's more money in circulation, means more people can access the money. It's not complicated, but it is then made complicated. The thing that Mwai Kibaki did of note, among the things he did, he ensured that money was available for people to borrow. Why? He got banks to do the business that banks are supposed to do, buy and sell money to as many people as possible. That's why they were hawking it, they were selling it. The previous government, because of structural adjustment programs and everything else that came along, a lot of the money that banks were making were as a result of the high interest rates that they were being paid by government, because government had to borrow from them. Why was government borrowing from them? Because the international lending markets were not lending to the country at that time. Again, it's not spoken of adequately enough. President Moi, there's a time IMF and their ilk were not lending him money. It's not complicated. Yes. So when someone...
Is it because they refused to, or he didn't go for it?
There are things they wanted him to do. He jammed. He told them he's not doing.
There
are things he told them point blank. I'm not doing this thing. Forget it. Yeah, he said it. He said it. He said this thing. No.
So, if we survived for that long without all these loans, why would successive administrations after him
Mwai Kibaki actually continued with that thinking and brought it to a level that was actually admirable. There's a year it is said we didn't really need to borrow at all. But somebody takes your borrowing from whatever scale it is and brings it to a point where we're only borrowing 5% of whatever it is that we need. That is remarkable. No matter how you look at it, it is remarkable.
Yes, it is.
Okay. But it is also remarkable that our guest has arrived.
It is actually remarkable that Honorable Peter Kaluma, that is MP for Homa Bay Town constituency, is in the building. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Morning, long time.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah.
Morning, Mheshimiwa.
I'm good, City. How have you been?
I'm very well, thank you.
Great, my brother.
You have been very active, Mheshimiwa. I've been seeing you many times on TV having conversation. The one that actually captures my mind is the conversation you were having with a member for Kiharu, that is Nyoro.
Yes.
And you guys were exchanging on this whole issue of Safaricom shares.
Yes.
I found that conversation quite interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I believe that both of you were working towards ensuring that we have a good deal out of this situation. There's some things you asked him though to furnish you with. Did he ever furnish you with those details?
No, he couldn't.
Yeah.
You know, I sit in the finance committee in the National Assembly, and then we did that thing. And so when the various experts came before us, you remember we were meeting in some hotel in Nairobi for quite some time.
I remember.
We were seeking the best price for those shares because they are, public assets. And they used about 5 models of arriving at calculations. The obvious one, of course, the market price. The market price is the one dictated by the market.
Yes.
And Safaricom is listed at the Nairobi Stock Exchange.
Right.
So the market price is what the shares are being sold at on a play of demand and supply on the market, and that was around 28 to 29 shillings at that time.
Yes.
Now the price that was agreed to be paid for the shares with the entity Vodacom, to whom Safaricom is being sold, was 34.2 Kenya shillings, and of course the various models were falling below. So Ndindi came and told us that the shares can fetch much more. And so the question I was asking that day, I was now presiding as a speaker, is that it is in our interest as representatives of the people to get the best out of these shares for Kenyans. So tell us what your fair price is and give us the computation model
Right.
Or how you calculate and come to it. And that is what, he fumbled throughout. He could not say what is the best amount. He could not tell us how he comes to it. Instead, he started, the political shouts. Those ones do not work on the floor. Do not work on the floor.
Right.
So in the long run, of course, we had to save as a speaker his face, and I let him go. But the fact of the matter is that the price at which those shares are being sold are good. Are good.
All right. Something else that we are currently experiencing as a country, before we get to what has actually brought you here, fuel shortage. Honorable Opio and I has been telling us that we are okay. He has even told Kenyans to stop panic buying. Tuko sawa?
Yeah, we are fine. There is, of course, the challenge on the Strait of Hormuz due to the Iran situation.
Yes.
And there will be some impact. I think as Kenyans, we go with the assurances of the state, particularly the minister in charge, that we have enough fuel reserve, and there should be no crisis. It is natural that in this situation, particularly the petroleum or the oil companies will start hoarding, withholding, seeing how the market is going to be in terms of supply. It's illegal, and something should be done about it. I hope the authority will intervene appropriately. But it is also encouraged by Kenyans. When Kenyans feel a situation could change, the supply of particular goods and services, they start, flocking. You see it even on our roads when it rains. You
in the city of Nairobi, if there's any sign that it might rain, by 2 o'clock you have traffic jams.
Everybody goes to the road and they lock one another. They are waiting up to the middle of the night. You don't know what they're doing. So let us, encourage our people to trust the government to, maintain the oil prices at the right level.
I was arguing earlier on with Paul, and I was saying it is good the minister has spoken, but he should have anticipatory, in the spirit of anticipating, he should have spoken of this before it happened and said, folks, we know this, because the conversation about shortages of oil began.
Yes.
And he should have said, guys, this is likely to hit us, but we're telling you in advance. We have enough oil.
We are ready.
But
don't panic buy.
No. If the queues start forming and you're speaking, you are not leading the conversation, and his position as minister, he should lead the conversation, not follow.
That is the biggest failing of this government. Timely and clear communication. Communication. I can tell you, City, when we were doing this Safaricom thing, I led the team of the finance committee, which was traveling, the far-flung areas. I went to Mandera, I went to Wajir, I went to Masabit, I went to Siolo, I went to Tana River. I then went to the western side. I led the team in Kakamega, Vihiga. I was in Kisii, then Homa Bay, then Kwale. So I was dealing with those border areas. I can tell you, if you see the developments the government is undertaking on the ground, you would question why people are saying this government is doing nothing.
Communication.
Do you know from Mandera to Wajir, these things are called affordable housing, are hitting the skyline everywhere. And people are there saying, this is the Kenya we wanted to be. This year's Madaraka Day celebrations will be held in Wajir. If you go and see the stadium being done in Wajir, it's better than the one which was done in Kitui. And there are serious stadia across the country, whether you go to Mandera and those other places. I was told a very painful thing in Mandera during our public participation meeting, that they have been reading about how a tarmac road looks like on newspapers and in books. Now they are touching it. When I went to Tana River, you remember those bridges the government is doing across River Tana? People are there even throughout the night. They can't believe it. And you go questioning, how come from independence to date, the children of Kenya were crossing that crocodile-infested river, and nobody was giving a hoot about it. They can't believe it. And when you come to communication, you hear talks of people who are just in Nairobi, like City here, saying the government is doing nothing. I wish City, and in fact, you in particular, I'm going to ask, if we are going to have a bit of our moves around the country, I will, include him so that he sees what is happening around. The president then was in Western Kenya, you saw. The president was in, Nyanza, across Nyanza. City, things are happening. and there are things people are seeing, and yet because of poor communication, you just hear people saying there is nothing this government is doing. There is no government that has worked for Kenya in terms of material development than this one. And it is across all regions, across all communities, across, all parts of the country. Yeah. So it's a very inclusive and equitable, government.
Mheshimiwa, there was a time we had this conversation with Honorable Mbadi.
Yeah.
And I asked him this simple question because it's his region.
Yeah.
There's this road that leaves Sindo. Most people don't know that is the headquarters of Suba.
Yeah.
Passes through Guasi, goes to Sori.
Yeah.
Have they made that road? Because that road,
yeah,
it opens up that area. But that road, when I was last there,
yeah,
horrible.
Yes.
If it rains, it's impossible. And it passes through the constituency of Karoli Mondi.
Yes. Who is making noise all over instead of pursuing the road. Now, let me tell you, we were with the president, my brother.
Yes.
For the first time, the Rusinga side,
yes,
Suba North,
yes,
have a ring road.
They finished that ring road.
The Rusinga side is complete.
They've completed it.
And the president, commissioned it, delivered it to the people officially, with an inlet going to Tomboya's mausoleum, which people have been, struggling to access. And the president also said that, the Mfangano Island also should have, a road raised to bitumen standards. Okay. And the works have started. When you come to the Suba side, because of Honorable Mbadi, I can tell you now, so many roads are complete. This one you are talking about, the contractors are on site and it is nearing completion. And we saw all of them. And this is happening in every constituency,
yes,
in every community across the country, including that road the president was saying is going to facilitate the easy movement of former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka. Do you know it is going on?
I heard him mention it. I don't know if it was. Now you've confirmed.
No, it is going on, and soon, if he is really going to run, he will not blame the road. He will blame himself on other things. He'll reach Kenyans, much more quickly. And it is not just for him. That is a community which also deserves development, and it's a very long area. I buried, the son of a member of staff, our director, legal services, and we will take steamer there.
Hiyo mheshimiwa ndakwambia before tutoke hapa.
Yes, Ante.
Tomorrow is 27th.
Yes.
And we know ODM is having an NDC.
Yes.
What should we expect? Because we understand there's another parallel one. So what's not happening?
ODM is very distinct. ODM is united. ODM remains very focused. In fact, I can tell you, people thought that after the passing on of Baba as the party leader, who personified the ideals of ODM, there would be, an immediate crumbling. And remember, some people even went saying that ODM has been buried with Baba at Kango Kajaramogi.
Right.
It should therefore surprise everybody that ODM remains strong. The people in ODM remain on with their programs. We are now singing Linda Ground for a very good reason. ODM continues to celebrate its past achievements and continues to, focus on those ideals it has always been focusing on for the benefit of the people. There are people who do not agree to some decisions the party took. That does not speak to division within a party.
Okay.
I mean, if you took a decision at Radio Generation here as a board, and agreed this is the position. In a disciplined organization, once the decision is taken, whether unanimous or by majority, you follow it. So when a person goes out and contradicts that position, that really is not democracy, but indiscipline. So we've had cases of a bit of indiscipline, but by a few members. ODM is a party with membership of over 600 million, and those members
600 million or 6 million?
6 million.
Okay.
Yeah, so over 6 million. And by the way, this is a party, if you look at the map of the party in Kenya, it is largely a party for people who have been pushed to the periphery of the country, literally. If you see, ODM is along the border, largely, and Nairobi. And then also people who have been pushed to the periphery
yes.
of inclusion, development, and public service appointments, the marginalized groups, the minorities. Yeah, so that when you look at ODM, you see it strong in Mandera, in northeastern Mandera, Wajir, Garissa. You see ODM in the Mid Triangle, Marsabit, Isiolo, Tana River. You see ODM at the coast. You remember the coast people were at a point of time saying Pwani si Kenya. I don't know whether you remember. Yeah, because of marginalization and denial of development over time. You see ODM in the Ma areas of Rift Valley. You see ODM in North Rift, Turkana very strong, including the governor. You see ODM in West Pokot. You see ODM in Western Kenya and Nyanza, and then those communities that form border communities also give ODM weight in Nairobi. Right. So this has been a party, for those who are marginalized, for those who are discriminated, because this is a party which became a voice for these marginalized communities.
Yes.
And so it's a party that remains very strong. We are meeting tomorrow for the national it's a special delegates conference.
Okay.
The normal national delegates conference is held once in a year, and I think it will be coming up towards the end of the year, I think around October.
What's the difference between the two?
A special one is a delegates conference. It's a meeting of all delegates of the party, but for a special,
it's for a specific purpose.
Yeah, for a specific purpose. So like the one for tomorrow will have its own specific purposes. It's not like a general meeting.
What's the agenda for tomorrow?
The agenda for tomorrow are largely two things according to what has been communicated. You remember there was a call after our party leader died, and his position was replaced among other positions. There was a cry for from a few individuals that those positions need to be validated by the uppermost organ of the party, which is the delegates conference. And so tomorrow we will be affirming the leadership position in ODM, so that we don't allow room for confusion. As you remember, people like Sifuna came saying, the party leader is not properly in office. And you remember he sits in NEC and he takes the records. He was there, and they agreed unanimously, and he's the one who read the statement with Oburu standing, that we've made this decision to have Oburu hold the party for us. Let me tell you, it was a very wise decision. ODM has very many ambitious young people to whom, if the party were granted, people like me, I can tell you the party would be dead now. And so to have Oburu at his seniority, also being a senior member, a member who has served for over 33 years in parliament, a member who has the understanding and the history and the establishment, basis of the party, being at top there, I can tell you it's a blessing. That decision of NEC went to the National Governing Council. You remember the meeting in Mombasa? Do you remember Sifuna was the one who was swearing Oburu? And then after that we returned to Nairobi and he says, Oburu usurped the party.
One has to ask, what happened?
Yeah, he's the one who in fact was swearing. And these are processed through organs that way. Sifuna himself served on the approval of the National Executive Committee for 4 years before it even reached the National Governing Council.
Okay.
He sat there and, they saw Oburu. You've seen those videos.
We saw.
Then he comes to Nairobi and he says, Oburu has usurped the party, is not properly in leadership. And you remember they went then calling for, a national delegates conference, which is the ultimate body.
Yes.
And now tomorrow we're supposed to have this national delegates conference.
Yes, so tomorrow we will have the national delegates conference so that the delegates across the country can either approve or disapprove of the decision made by the national governing.
That team we speak of have decided to hold a
parallel
meeting.
Let me tell you some truths, City. We sit with this gentleman. Sifuna and Babawino left the ODM party long before Raila died. And there are people who long before. And this is something I've told them. This is something you've seen me tweet about.
Yes.
And they can't, respond because I know. These people, swallowed the bait that you cannot be a leader in Nairobi without the support of some community. And by the way, they approached Baba to allow them to speak with that community. The fact of the matter is that these people met with Gashagua and they agreed to go that way. And the agreement they reached was that they cannot run under Gashagua because our people are naturally hostile to Gashagua. He preaches exclusion. He preaches inequity. He preaches, ethnic domination, which is something the ODM by its nature does not, accept. So these people will be running under Wiper.
Okay.
That is where they agreed to go. And you remember before Baba died, Babowino took all university students whose selection he had sponsored, college students, and they were with Kalonzo there despite, having a leg in ODM here and still shouting he should be the party leader. He was there saying Kalonzo must be the president. So these people are long gone. They are here with a vestige of, shouting, we are members, just to bleed us as we go along. So tomorrow, my wish is that having requested for the NDC, remember even Babu said he wants the NDC so that he can be elected the party leader.
Yes.
The members, the delegates from across the country are already in Nairobi. I'm now the county chair for Homa Bay.
Yes.
I can tell you, all the delegates from Homa Bay County
already here
are in Nairobi. We had a meeting as the county chairs yesterday, including, the actually county chairs from the 47 counties.
Yes.
And we are going to meet again today now to receive the branch chairs, the women league leaders from the branches and from the counties and the youth leadership. We are going to have an informal meeting as we prepare for tomorrow when I leave here.
Right.
So all delegates are already here. I want to request all of us to assemble tomorrow as the great ODM family. And if you truly believed in Baba, that is what you would have wanted. Let us speak. If there are some things you disagree with, let us talk them, as a family tomorrow. If for any reason you want a position like Babowino has been saying, let him,
let him present himself,
and persuade the delegates. We will elect him if we are persuaded he can offer better leadership or a Famoburu. If Sifuna, in my view, believes he is the best to serve as Secretary General, his position may not be on the table, but let him come so that the members, the ultimate organ of the body,
can decide.
The ODM membership from across the country, can decide if there are some issues of indiscipline or misconduct that need to be addressed. We can address them and we go together. And this is what we did yesterday. There are some people who are, county chairs, who went to court the other day saying they are not being listened to. And when we met as county chairs, we were saying, but just bring your issues. We are a family. Those things you are talking about, you are taking to the political parties dispute tribunal. We can address them here. If you don't want the meeting to go ahead, if we are persuaded, we can defy it. And those people, City, said they are proceeding to withdraw that application they made. In fact, they said it was premature, it was not necessary. And they said, we are going to withdraw that application we took to the political parties dispute tribunal. It was because I was not able to reach, the members or the leaders, the executive members, in good time. So that is the attitude. Let them come. We speak as a family as we have always done.
But Mheshimiwa, from what I've seen, this dispute resolution tribunal, whatever it is called, people who've gone there have always been asked if they've exhausted all the mechanisms that exist within their political party.
Yeah, the political parties dispute tribunal is a tribunal. I and the Honorable Neto Yugi then were the one who proposed to be established in the 11th Parliament, if you remember.
Yes.
That Parliament which came in 2013 and began implementing the Constitution. And we were doing so saying, if you look at Article 4, sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, it says Kenya is a multi-party democratic state. So we were saying there should also be a tribunal outside of the mainstream judiciary to resolve party disputes. And our idea was that tribunal should exist guided by one philosophy. How do we strengthen the parties, political parties, as vessels of governance under the Kenyan Constitution? And so traditionally and always, that tribunal has always said, exhaust the party machinery, because the party machinery and mechanisms is where the party membership. Parties were formerly registered under the Societies Act. It's a club of members. Now we register them under the Political Parties Act, under the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Political parties like the ODM party is now being funded. In fact, you've heard us saying that currently the government owes us.
Is it 12 billion?
Under the law, 12 billion. And that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Of course, they keep paying, piecemeal because of the state of the economy.
Okay.
But something the government will never deny at any time, whether under Uhuru or before.
It's no longer 12 billion, it's a bit less.
It's slightly less, but by very, small amount.
Okay.
Yeah. So, because, as they pay, more amount become due. Yeah, so I'm happy the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal has established as always required, the members of the party who feel aggrieved and rush there at the first instance to go back to the party so that the internal mechanisms for dispute resolution on any issue is resolved by the membership before it goes there. And that is what will strengthen the parties. And so you remember even when Sifuna went to court, when the party suspended him as Secretary General for going against, the duly resolved positions of the party, that tribunal told him, you have not exhausted the internal mechanism, so the status quo will remain. And I hope that is what they will continue to do, because we want to strengthen these political parties. We don't want to make decisions that engender, disputes and acrimony in the operation of political parties in the country.
All right.
Mheshimiwa, is it not a sign of progress that people who have been in a political party and even held positions seek to move to other parties, and as you say correctly, even sought the permission the party did and said, look, we want to have this conversation? If they choose to actually make that move physically, let me speculate here.
Yes.
Are we saying that because this is a political discussion, that is why there has been this resurgence of Azimio and the discussions about Azimio and the promulgation of Azimio?
Azimio is dead. Died long time ago, and none other than our former principal Kalonzo Musyoka, former vice president, explained it very well on television, saying once ODM was not there, Jubilee was pursuing its things, KANU pursuing. You remember Jubilee in particular, in as much as they are the second biggest party after ODM in Azimio, they were all swallowed by UDA. In fact, there is no member of parliament with the Uhuru side of Jubilee. They are all with President Ruto this side. So Jubilee is gone, and that is why you see Mwenje is the deputy minority whip. Okay. Wiper, Kalonzo said Azimio is dead for all intents and purposes, and so we don't take seriously the things you hear them saying about, now we have a new Azimio secretary, now we could be thinking of a new minority leader. In fact, let me tell you, in law it is the ODM party which donated its positions. If we were to be bad because we are the minority party under the constitution and the laws proper, Robert Mbuvi will not be deputy minority leader now. But we are saying things which have been done as we forge into the past. You never know where you meet again. And so you still have Robert Mbuvi there. You have the son of Mwenje as the deputy minority whip. And we are saying let parties focus on what they intend to achieve and how the path they want to take in future. And so ODM is negotiating, which is another agenda item, the second agenda item we have tomorrow, yes, because you remember the party through its National Governing Council during the meeting in Mombasa also gave the party leader, as per our constitution, the authority to begin negotiating with the like-minded parties a pre-election kind of coalition arrangement. Right. And they cannot move much before the ultimate organ of the party, which is the delegates conference, also resolves. So that is the second thing we will be doing. So those who agree, the party leader, whoever it will be after tomorrow's meeting, is can, begin those negotiations, we'll of course, approve that position. Those who oppose will oppose, but ultimately a decision will be made.
Okay.
Because we are saying that this time around, we must, begin those negotiations in earnest, not in a rush, so that we secure our position. But in the meantime, we are talking about ODM Linda ground. And city, people do not know why we say Linda ground.
Tell us, why do you call it Linda ground?
When Baba passed on, we are in a political space and parties compete for membership and for bases.
Yeah.
I've explained to the nation the basis of the ODM party. We were saying that for you to, retain Baba's legacy, the biggest of which was in ODM, ODM must remain strong. And if as ODM you are going to remain strong, it must start with, consolidating your bases, having them firmly under your grip, so that in as much as political parties are, competing for membership across the country, there is no much encroachment. So it's a rallying call to say, let us firm up our membership, our grip, our strength in all our bases, as we, of course, advance to other bases also. So that is what Linda ground is about. We are saying Baba has passed on, yes, but we remain as a party, we remain as an institution in the governance of the country. We must be strong, we keep ODM strong, we continue having membership. What we are doing now, city, particularly in my constituency, I can speak about,
yes,
is that we have started very rigorously issuance of IDs. We don't want anybody walking without ID, because ultimately those numbers count. And so we are saying strengthen the basis. Let our members remain our members as we recruit more members.
Okay.
Let our strongholds remain our strongholds as we advance into other strongholds, because you cannot say you are advancing when you are, original bases are shaky, or are being encroached into by competitors. That is what Linda ground is about.
Is it working?
Sorry. Yeah, it's working very well. It's working very well. Some people have said, zoning, that is what it means, zoning. Some may call it zoning, but what we mean, and it will be something I think we will express.
And what is wrong with zoning?
Yeah, it's very good. It is very good. Whether you go to the United States, you'll be told this is red state, this is blue state.
Yes.
Yeah, so there is nothing wrong about it. And we are saying that, remember, if in particular you go into coalition arrangements, or even before you enter coalitions, if you go into coalition arrangements, your weight will depend on the number of elected leaders you have.
Yes.
Okay? If you are going into post-election coalition, I can tell you nobody will take you seriously if you have few MPs, you have few governors, you have few MCS, because you cannot do much. And that is why when Kenya was in a crisis city in 2024 following the Gen Z revolution, President Ruto had no otherwise but to reach out to the ODM party, because it has, members in parliament, both houses, members in terms of county assembly, members in the council of governors. I hope you know today that you cannot have quorum even in the council of governors for a meeting if ODM members are not in attendance. We are that critical. Now, that is why President Ruto had to reach out to ODM. He never bothered to reach out to Wiper. He never bothered to reach out to Jubilee, because the country can move forward either way, whether Wiper, Jubilee are outside there, but you cannot ignore ODM. And so we are saying there will be deliberate zoning, and it is one of the things we have discussed, and I think we'll be emphasizing to, our party leader tomorrow, that when you go to negotiate, the first thing is that where there is an ODM governor, where there is an ODM MP, whether in the National Assembly or Senate, where there is an ODM MCA, the first point of agreement is that if we are going into partnership with the party, or your party, you are not going there. Why? Because we want a single candidate in each constituency, even in terms of pre-election coalition. That is the only way you will ensure that your coalition has the maximum numbers. Because if, for instance, you had ODM fighting for Homa Bay seat with UDA, it will create a pathway for another party to take that seat.
Very true.
Yeah, and they'll have a problem governing. Remember, in Parliament, that is where they oversight the executive. That is where they approve the cabinet secretaries. That is where they approve budget or disallow budget. That is where they oversight budget. So if, for instance, we were going into a coalition, I'm giving an example with President Ruto.
Right.
And he won. But we had less members of parliament. You know his cabinet will not be approved. You know his budget will never be given and will not be approved. You know he will be crying for support from the other side throughout, which may be difficult. He cannot govern the country. And so we are saying, for the party and for the good of the pre-election coalition, which most likely we will go, into, we must agree that in every electoral unit, there will be one candidate only of the coalition, and that is what some people looking at it have, termed zoning.
Yeah, even
why, for instance, would an ODM field somebody in Nandi Hills constituency? You know what I mean? Other than that, you are splitting the votes, which should be for the candidate of the pre-election coalition. If we agree to go into coalition with UDA, you are doing nothing there. And so we'll agree on one candidate for the coalition. And whether you are UDA, if we were to go into a coalition, a pre-election coalition with UDA, whether it is ODM, it is the candidate of the coalition, and that is how it operates.
Yeah, even Honorable Martha Karua said something similar for their side of the opposition.
Yeah.
There's a comment here. It's actually a question by Biwot. Biwot is asking, ask Honorable Kaluma, if UDA miraculously decides to give them deputy president position, who are their top 3 candidates for the position? We saw just the other day Joho and team from Coast saying that he should be considered for that position. But who is the top 3?
We have said we want power. And let me tell you, people think city that power is the presidency, power is the deputy. That is not where power is, if you understand the structure of government. Power, political power, leads you to economic power. And I can tell you, power is even below cabinet and PS. Power is in who is the chief finance officer of the relevant department, because he's the one who says this bulk budget given will go and do this project, this project, this project. Power is in procurement officers, because that is the person who decides whether it is CT doing it or Kaluma. You know what I mean? And all this wealth you have in Nairobi and across the country, they were out of doing business with government. There is big thing about procurement, because it's definite money. When government says they are building, Bomas of Kenya, it will be built, and the resources will flow in time. When they say they are building Talanta, it is built. You get what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So we are looking at these negotiations beyond positions, okay, to what is stated by the Constitution about what constitutes a nation. A nation is a nation because you equally own all the resources of the nation and you equally share in them. Okay? You equally share in them as all citizens. And that is why I tell you it is easy for us to work with Ruto.
Yes.
Is, sharing resources to regions which have been discriminated, since independence, despite having not voted for him. And so we are looking at that whole gamut. When you go to negotiations, let me tell my brother what. You don't start by saying you are going for deputy president. Who told him we are going for deputy president?
Dr. Buru has said
when we are going for negotiations, we are going for nothing less than the president. And let me tell you how the Constitution works. As ODM, we've been into how many? 3 pre-election coalitions. You remember we were with Wiper, Ford Kenya, and ANC in CORD in the 13th Parliament. You remember then in 2017, we were again with those parties
NASA.
In NASA.
Right.
Okay. And then of late we were in Azimio.
Kenya
those
One
parties.
Coalition.
Yes. What happens, City, is that before you discuss who is the leader, the presidential candidate of the coalition, each political party, by tradition and as a requirement of the law, will elect their presidential candidate, will nominate through their rightful organ. So remember, like the last election, Kalonzo was presented, nominated by and elected by his party as the presidential candidate. If Wiper were to go it alone, Raila then is the delegates sit, and Raila, you remember, we elected him also as presidential candidate for ODM. Jubilee are their candidate. Then these parties, through those leaders, sit together, and we look at the matrix of the country and set on who is the candidate that will easily give us the win, because ultimately we are seeking power. And so ODM will have a candidate. And under the ODM, constitution, the de facto presidential candidate is the party leader.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
So currently, our presidential candidate, if elections were to be called today,
yes,
before we negotiate any pre-election coalition arrangement,
right,
is Dr. Buroginga. And that should be very clear. And then when they sit, it may land at Dr. Buroginga himself, if he will be the candidate we nominate at that time. It may land at President Ruto. If it is UDA we are going into a coalition arrangement with, it may land at Kalonzo if we will be in a coalition with him. Okay? Now, once the candidate is agreed on, the presidential candidate is agreed on among the parties forming a pre-election candidate, he becomes the presidential candidate of all the political parties forming the coalition. That is why you saw once Azimio agreed on Raila. Raila was the candidate for ODM. Raila was the candidate for Wiper. Raila was the candidate for Jubilee, NAK Kenya, and all those parties in Azimio. That is how it works. Right. And so we are going for nothing less, Banabi, what, than the presidency.
Okay.
And that is where it is going to start from. But we are looking at, the whole gamut of how we can share resources, including public service appointments. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Interesting perspective, because
in terms of his question, he was asking who would be on top there. I can tell you, if there is one thing on which Raila succeeded, it's about getting the right leaders, mentoring leaders to lead. People have kept saying that, who did Raila prepare? City. Let the ODM party say today that Kaluma is the presidential candidate. I know you will look at me differently. You will see my manners, my behaviors will change instant. Because the software is already very strongly established under the mentorship and tutelage of Baba. And so across those ODM leaders by the city, any of them can be a president of this country. Yeah, but for now we have Dr. Buroginga as our party leader and as our presidential candidate.
Tom Omunga is asking, ask him how many party chairmen from how many counties are with Linda Ground. I don't know if you have those numbers. How many chairmen from how many counties are with Linda Ground?
Yeah, we have 47 counties. We have a doubt about just 2 party chairs. Just 2. The others, I told you, there were a few who had issues about being able to reach members of the executive, and those small issues. Those we sorted out yesterday, and I'm telling him this as a member of the Council of County Chairs, as the chair for Homa Bay. So we have a doubt with the 2.
All right.
We would have sorted out, those doubts tomorrow. But remember, tomorrow I told you it's a special delegates conference. If it were an ordinary national delegates conference, they would have been sorted out.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will not give them opportunity to clarify whether they are strongly with ODM or not. Because everybody who is a member of the ODM party should be in Linda Ground. We are protecting our bases as a party, and that should be the rallying call. I've told you that those people you hear calling themselves Linda Mwananchi are not a splinter group of ODM. They are individuals who left ODM long before Baba died, and I would not tell you much unless they were here, so that
they can defend their position.
They can defend their position. But there are people who are not in ODM. They went long time ago, and in as much as we are giving them room and opportunity to come back, because no party is in the business of chasing members. Okay. Baba taught us that we must be in the business of addition and multiplication, bring more members. And so we will not chase anybody, but we will also not allow any single person to weaken the party. from within or from without of the party.
Another thing that has been said over and over in various forms in the news media, Elijah Nauliza, that is Elijah Sang, is it true President has taken more developments to Luo Nyanza more than even his own county of Uasin Gishu and Nandi?
No, the people of Luo Nyanza are people who have been, marginalized for their principled, political positions.
Yeah.
People from other areas have been marginalized for, different reasons. Like you go to northeastern, Kenya, there have been reasons of, public policy. Sessional paper number 65, remember? Number 10.
It was
1965.
But there was an ordinance that preceded that.
Yes.
That referred to areas that were supposed to be productive as opposed to not. And
Yes.
yet, what it did was it focused on pastoral communities.
Yes.
They assumed that they could not be productive.
Yes. And so, for such reasons and for environmental reasons being far-flung, some places have been marginalized. For Luo Nyanza, we are people who have been targeted with discrimination and marginalization regime after regime. And so the difference between Luo Nyanza and other communities like those in Rift Valley is that with the history of that deeply felt discrimination and marginalization, if you give us government resources, even if it is just a bit, we are very loud in our gratitude. It is really not that we are doing much. If you go to Homa Bay, for instance, you remember our amphitheater by the lake.
Yeah.
When you look at it in photos, you'd think it is a whole Kasarani stadium. But we are loud in our appreciation, we are loud in our thank you, we are loud in our gratitude. More so considering this is a government we didn't, vote for, but a government which is implementing those ideals we put in the Constitution under Article 232 and Article 10, our national values and principles of governance, which include, inclusion and equity among the communities as a nation.
Yeah.
So we are just loud, my brother.
Yeah.
We are not getting much. In fact, we are getting far less than other communities, but we appreciate it coming from nothing. We had nothing totally.
Someone is asking lastly here, someone was asking about Men in Black. I can't remember but let me paraphrase. They were asking if the Men in Black will be available tomorrow because they miss the kind of chaos that was witnessed there before.
That's a cheeky question.
Yeah.
I can tell them that it is a dot, a spot in the democratic journey of the great ODM party. And it is something that we've learned to forget and we've learned to outlive. More so absent Baba, I can assure everybody as an official of the party, being the ODM chairperson for Homa Bay, that we don't contemplate any chaos. We contemplate a family kind of meeting tomorrow where we focus on the agenda, we embrace because of also our recent loss. We have no reason to imagine chaos there, and I would request anybody imagining there can be chaos there, and that meeting is not for you. Just keep off. We want to have a very peaceful meeting and to assure the country, so far as I know already, because I sit in a number of those meetings of the party as late as yesterday, deep into the night. We are focused on a very peaceful, amiable, friendly meeting of the great ODM family from across the country.
Right.
There will be no Men in Black.
All right. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Nimekuibia 7 minutes. I don't want to be surcharged beyond this, but thank you so much for making time for coming through and having this conversation with us. And as usual, we are always open to having more of these conversations, especially if they're going to address what Kenyans are facing.
Yes, I would request that the next time we are here, we address the developments happening in the country in terms of how the current administration is equalizing development and the people of Kenya. And I think it is something we should now start beginning to focus on. City, something like education. Where are we? Something like health. Where truly are we? Something like infrastructural development. Where are we? Something like this JKI we are talking about. Why is it important? The SGR going to Uganda, then to DRC. How important is it? And how can it be, implemented? Those are the things where we need now to focus people on. That if we focus people on those, we will, stop these small issues like which leader abused the other, which leader comes from which community. So I'm happy with radio, generation for very focused debates. But as we approach the matter, let us just have a day for topical issues.
Sure.
How is health performing for the Kenyans? What are the systemic, weaknesses or challenges?
Right.
What improvements do we need? How is the education sector being transformed? What do we need to do? This equity, how do we engender it in the country? And I think that way,
yes,
radio, generation will always be the best.
Yeah, sure.
We have in the country.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. And I can assure you that the next time you're coming here, definitely we shall focus on development. My grandmother's village is called Onya.
Yeah.
Hapo ndio stima haijafika vizuri.
Yeah. Who is your MP, by the way?
Makali Mulu.
I'll reach Makali. He's one of our best MPs.
Yes.
He served in the budget.
Right.
For the period we've been with him there since 2013. A very solid member of the budget committee.
Yes.
A brain we wait to listen to.
Right.
Particularly on economic and finance issues on the table. Remember, even when I was presiding over Safaricom,
yes,
I had to give him a chance,
yes,
so that he can educate us on.
Right. He's an economist, so of course.
He's deep,
Right.
Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yes.
And I'm going to tell him about your village.
Yes.
If he has any challenges.
He actually knows. He knows my village. He
Yes.
buried my grandfather. He was also in the burial of my brother.
Yeah.
He knows our family very well.
No, that's a great leader.
Yes.
I can tell you. And as a
Asante.
leader, I would support, even if he's in a different, formation.
For
As
sure.
a leader representing you people well.
Yes.
I'm going to address this issue to him.
Thank you.
If for any reason he may not be able to handle it alone,
Yes.
as a member of the team assisting the speaker, we know what to do. I'll help him to do a few together.
Shukran.
But he's a great leader, and I thank your people
Yes.
for electing him all this time.
Right. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. This is all the time we have. Stand by for the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives from the DCI arrested 6 people, including active Kenya Defence Forces soldiers, in a foiled robbery plot targeting a senior military officer in Kitengela. Investigators say the suspects were part of a sophisticated network that mixed insider military knowledge with civilian help. The operation followed credible intelligence received on Monday, March 23rd, warning that the officer was at risk of an imminent attack. Architect Arthur Adea wants big changes in Nairobi's city planning. He suggests new zoning rules, separating planning and building offices, and having a city architect. Adea, speaking on Radio Generation today, says the current system is old and partly based on colonial policies, and warns zoning should help share land fairly, not divide people.
We inherited a colonial planning philosophy that was really about containment, not growth. The city was supposed to be controlled and pristine and planned for 350,000 people in 1948.
Yes.
And subsequent efforts to improve it were not really about encouraging growth. So as the growth really began to happen and really began to explode, and I will tell you this is very much linked to political freedoms from 2002, the professionals were not fully armed with preparing regulations that would encourage healthy growth. And so, of course, economics, especially in a free market society, moves very quickly. The cities are going concern.
Very true.
You're not going to tell 5 million people, wait. We are thinking they'll be moving.
President William Ruto says Kenya will start building a nuclear power plant in Siaya County in 2027. The plant is expected to produce 2,000 megawatts of electricity and be ready by 2034. Ruto also urged Siaya residents to embrace the nuclear plant for jobs and economic growth, of the country and the region.
To the people of Siaya County, the site of Kenya's first nuclear power plant, and specifically to my brother, the late Honorable Raila Odinga, who, as an engineer himself, took the lead in getting the people of Siaya to understand what this was all about. I encourage you to seek a deeper understanding of the immense economic benefits that this project will bring, from high-value jobs to infrastructure development. During the peak construction phase, the nuclear project will generate up to 10,000 jobs.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has named veteran UN diplomat Jean Arnault as his personal envoy to support efforts to end the Middle East conflict. Guterres told reporters that he has been in close contact with many in the region and around the world, and that a number of initiatives for dialogue and peace were underway.
The conflict has broken past the limits even leaders thought unimaginable. The world is staring down the barrel of a wider war, a rising tide of human suffering, and a deeper global economic shock. This has gone too far. It's time to stop climbing the escalation ladder and start climbing the diplomatic ladder and return to full respect of international law. I have just appointed Jean Arnault as my personal envoy to lead the UN efforts on the conflict and its consequences.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 15 minutes past 9 o'clock. City, nimeambiwa kuna watu wengi kutoka Alliance wanasikiza, both Alliance boys and girls, alumnus wa those institutions.
Arthur Adair alisoma huko.
Yeah.
Now Arthur Adair has many friends.
Right.
Yes, there is a gentleman called Anthony Ndiongo, Njoroge, who also wrote to tell me that he explained to me, told me he was in nursery.
Yes.
Primary, secondary, university, with Arthur. Arthur studied architecture, he studied law.
Right.
But Ndiongo currently works at parliament.
Na nime notice pia Dea leo alikuwa amevaa uniform ya Alliance. Diko ume notice your green ilikuanga ya uko shule kwao.
I didn't know. I noticed the green, but I had not thought of it in that light.
Yes. No, it just hit me when I discovered he was at Alliance. But anyway, in this hour, we want to talk about something very different. We are hosting communications strategist Odhiambo Otieno. Odhiambo, good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Kuna watu wamenipigia kelele hapa social media. Wananiambia bwana Mbuvi umekula time ya this. So this pole sana. Nitajaribu kukuibia dakika 2 tukienda kumaliza.
Those are your good fans.
Na ujue nikikata mshahara wewe ndo unanilipa mshahara.
Sawa kabisa.
But karibu sana.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you here.
Right.
We before we get into public speaking and how it affects
I saw that coming.
And how it affects your growth. Tomorrow ni NDC. Ama ni special delegates conference ya ODM party. I don't know if you've had time to, decipher or dissect what we Kenyans should expect tomorrow as far as ODM is concerned.
Well, there's nothing really special happening tomorrow apart from the name special delegates conference. Whatever basically is going to happen is endorsement of the candidates who are appointed by the National
executive council, I believe so, to particular positions. I don't see anything strange that's going to happen. It is basically the endorsement. There's no election. There's nothing new. It's just the NDC accepting Oburu as the party leader, and that rank, and maybe insertion of any other agenda like removal of Osotsi, which is a possibility. I've heard it is being rumored. So there's nothing really new that's going to happen. Yeah. But it's good for them. It's a good show of democracy.
Right.
I love when parties hold within their structures, and when they observe or they play by at least the rules of the parties. It shows that we have advanced in a particular way, because I think since 2018, ODM has never held a national delegates conference. This is quite a renaissance for them.
Wait, since when?
2018.
But I thought this was a requirement where you hold an NDC every year.
Where has it been?
I don't know. I am not a member.
Right. Which political party in this country has held an NDC?
I don't know. I'm not a member of any political party. I'm just asking.
You see the practice of political parties that we know, they are the ones who lay down these rules. It's them.
Oh, they decide. It's not that they
but you can decide you're going to have meetings every 2 years. It is your party. Yes.
Okay.
So when you say every year, we are holding you to account for what you have stated are the norms by which your party will function. Yes.
Oh, because nilikuwa dhani it's something that is cast on stone, like it's a requirement. Niulize Morara Kebase yake kolini.
Political parties have a constitution. They do.
Right.
They deposit it with the register of political parties, meaning they're telling you this is how we plan to function. This is how we plan to do our things.
Right.
The entirety of what that party entails is in that constitution.
Right.
So if you want to query something about a political party, you ask for their constitution. Ask, okay, how do you people go about this particular business? Yes. So if they say that they hold NDC meetings once a year, that's what we hold them to account for.
Yes.
If they don't, so this once a year, did we understand it correctly?
Okay.
Or was the year metaphorical?
All right.
It meant we are suggesting that we might hold a meeting every once in a year. But in reality, we'll hold it when we absolutely have to.
Yes. Something else that Mheshimiwa Kaluma has said when he was here a few minutes ago is that they are going for the presidency. They will negotiate for whatever positions after that. Then mwenye atakuwa deputy atakuwa deputy. Mwenye atakuwa president atakuwa president. Mwenye atakuwa prime minister, then so be it. You listening to him, I don't know if you listened to him.
I was listening to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where does that leave Deputy President Kindiki and maybe someone else who thought that they would be in that very powerful?
Of course, there's political talk, and I want to treat Mheshimiwa Kaluma's speech as political talk.
Yes.
It doesn't result into anything substantial in terms of conversion, because conversion is everything in politics at the end of the day. When you're looking at them saying they're going for the presidency, the automatic party leader, the party leader automatically is the presidential candidate, and that is Oburu Oginga in this instance. As you can see, he's not very interested in the presidency. He's interested in power. And if power is all he needs, I can also tell you that power is power. He can get it by just being around power, or he can get it by going for the presidency itself. But you can't see the energy of Oburu pursuing presidential ticket.
Okay.
I really vouched for Gladys Wanga to become the deputy president. It has always been my position. I really like the lady. I also believe she's a representation of the generation ahead of me, the immediate generation before me, and that means there's possible transition. And I resonate more with her in terms of her level of thinking, in terms of where the country should go. She may not have come out loudly about it yet, but the private conversations I've had with her are indicative that she's somebody who understands the job. And number two, I vote for Gladys Wanga being the deputy president because I believe in us having a fair gender representation from the top. And if I look across the divide, I see Gladys Wanga and perhaps Cecil Mbarire as the topmost two contenders for that position. But in the political calculations, that comes a different story. But if ODM had organized better, and even if Raila would have been alive, I can assure the deputy president in 2027 would have been Gladys Wanga.
Okay.
That I'm sure about.
What of Joho? Nimeona watu wa Coast, leaders from Coast, that is, jostling for that position, and leaders within ODM, of course, jostling for Joho to be the running mate for president.
Joho is not humble enough to become a deputy president.
What do you mean?
He has lived his full circle. is beyond his timeline. In fact, he's just existing.
City, are you okay? This one is here.
I actually disagree with him.
Okay.
Regarding Joho, why I disagree with him? I'm somebody who grew up in Mombasa. Joho came to be known. He actually contested for that position of MP of Kisauni. First time he lost. There was a by-election. I remember in those days, the MP was the person who would be named a minister. It's a Kibaki era.
Right.
It was Garissa Maitha, okay, who won. Garissa Maitha passed away. There's a guy called Mwaboza, who won the election. He tried.
Anania Mwaboza, right?
Yes, yes. But then somehow Anania Mwaboza disappeared. Joho continued campaigning, and Joho was elected. Now, after Joho became MP, the next position Joho had was governor, 2-term. Look at the effort this fellow has made. Genuinely humble beginnings, genuinely.
Okay.
MP, governor. If you are a politician and you determine that is a career, surely the next projection can't be governor again. He doesn't want to be senator. It's the presidency that you aim for. And the truth of the matter is, if you come from the coast, why should someone from the coast not aim for a high seat? Why not?
Okay.
Why not? Because right now he is a prominent politician, whether someone likes it or not.
Yes.
So everything that Joho says, and those who are supporting him, they have good reason. But the only thing is that he's not the only prominent leader we have at the coast. Omar Hassan is prominent. And Omar Hassan has a very powerful position, Secretary General of the UDA party. That is an extremely powerful position. In fact, such positions are at the same level of a cabinet minister.
True.
But he has more power. You know why? The entirety of the party. He is the SG. He's not a minister in one ministry, SG.
The whole
so,
party, yeah.
I differ with Brother Odhiambo here for that simple reason, that I cannot diminish someone's aspirations as being futile. If Joe wants to be president, by all means, he should attempt to be president if that's what he wishes.
Okay.
Yes, he is following a well-known progression in politics. You start somewhere and then you proceed on to the next level.
To the very top.
Yes.
Well, I didn't really diminish the aspirations of Governor Joho and now Minister Joho. What I did say is that we were looking at suitability of him, his suitability.
But you said something about he has run his circle or something.
He's run his full circle. Yeah. And I stand by my word. That does not in any way mean that I diminish his aspirations.
What do you mean when you say he's run his full circle of the Yambo?
He's run his full circle to the extent of the reality of
how
far I can go. Yeah. He can go further, but not within the ranks of the presidency. For this reason, the deputy president, normally, as you have known, is a person who serves at the pleasure of the president. Hauna kazi. You're a flower girl, basically. You're a flower boy. What you do basically is you sit in the president's office and ask him, where can you send me today? Apart from that IBEC thing, intergovernmental something that you chair in Karen, there's nothing else that's really important. So do you think that Joho can really be that person, if you look at him, who can sit around and wait for the president to tell him what to do?
I guess he can. I mean, being a CS, that's also
I guess he can't.
Exactly what you do.
I guess he can't. I guess he can't because one, his personality is very vibrant. He's not a person who you can shadow. Okay. Maybe that's the essence of what I'm talking about. He's not a person who can easily shadow. Is that person who would want to shine. And of course, we know in the 48 laws of power, you must never outshine your master. Joe is very vibrant, even in how he does his things. And President Ruto, the way I know him, he may not be comfortable with the Joho deputy. But number 3 in that line, in the calculations of politics of this country, the cost never really brings a significant percentage in terms of a solid vote. It brings us a significant percentage in terms of the swing effect. Okay? Because of the significant votes, it is the Gema vote, which is 5.9 million.
Right.
It is the Kalenjin vote, which is 5.3 million.
This is not from the coast region.
No.
He's talking about the voting population of the country.
Yeah.
All right.
So I've said Gema 5.9, 5.3 going to what did I say? Going to Kalenjin.
Yes.
2.2 Luya, 2.2 Luo, 1.7 Kamba. These are the biggest voting blocks. Okay. So these ones are the ones who determine and the deputy normally comes from within these 5 at any one time since the history of the presidency of this country. So unless a miracle happens, I don't see it happening. That's what I'm saying. His run is full circle, not in a demeaning manner to his person.
Yani siko ubaya.
Siko ubaya.
Ni ile hesabu umefanya.
Just the analysis you've asked me to do, and I'm just doing that. I don't know if we are together.
You know, there's a word in English called innuendo. You see, I can't put a limit on any politician's ambitions.
Right.
Because if you look at our history, we have a history of just about the most unlikely presidents you can actually think of.
True.
If you look at just who was where at what time, how they got to the next stage, it's like the role of chance took over what was logically possible. You're talking about Legiko. Jomo Kenyatta could not have been Legiko if an MP in Murang'a had not resigned his seat. So that his own people in Kiambu are not doing anything of that sort. The guy resigned his seat, Jomo Kenyatta became a member, and the people of that region supported Jomo Kenyatta, and Jomo Kenyatta was able to join the Legiko. If he did not join the Legiko, if you talk about the 1960, okay, and the time earlier, it was not possible for us to even have 2 chief ministers here in Mung'ala. It was not possible. It would not have been possible for him to be the first prime minister of Kenya. And after that, he became president. So, you look at Moi. Moi was preceded by 2 vice presidents. Jaramogi, Murumbi. Okay? Then Moi. People who were opposed to the Moi position, even before he became there, were among the people who led the charge of calling him a passing cloud. That man passed the cloud for 24 years.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. He was an unlikely president. Kibaki, at the time we're going to the elections, Kibaki and Kijana Wamalo were outliers. They were not the people who are at the forefront, who are thought of the ones who are going to win.
Right.
But I like pointing out Kijana Wamalo's position. Kijana Wamalo was in Ford, Kenya. Jaramogi was the boss. His deputy was Mwite. If Mwite hadn't resigned, role of chance, Kijana Wamalo wouldn't have ascended to that position. By ascending that position and supporting Kibaki as well as he did, when this government came after Kibaki Tosha, or Kibaki pia na Tosha, he was the choice. One could have argued, surely, the guy who said Tosha should have been vice president at that time. Maybe the guy who said Kibaki Tosha did not want to be vice president. So, then you have Uhuru. I'm simply saying, Uhuru and Ruto had issues at The Hague. If you're talking about decks being stacked against them, it looked and said, it is not possible for people who have been indicted could actually get this seat. But they got it. The discussions around what happened, you see, that's a completely different discussion. Then there was a narrative in this country about how it is that deep state, meaning the president and the people who are in deep state support you, the president is a sure win. Deep state Uhuru, if we take that view, support Raila, Ruto wins. So this issue of somebody who was an outlier and unusual and people who you didn't think of being president in this country, I never write off anybody. So I never write off anybody.
It's a country of miracles.
So we might wake up on the 11th of August 2027 and find that our president is Jimmy Wanjigi.
It is very easy for you to wake up on that day and then yes, it is extremely. Oh yes.
Tunaweza amka tuite CJ Maraga Mheshimiwa Rais.
Bro, it is possible.
So in fact, I would like you to look at watch the speech of President Ruto during his inauguration or swearing in 2013 as deputy president. His speech was very, very defined Kenyan politics as it is.
Okay.
He said the Kenyan voting pattern is the most unusual voting pattern in Africa. In that today you imagine people sitting on the 2 ends of the table cannot talk, but then you find in 2017 this could happen, in 2022 this could happen, and that level of prediction, I think he understood. So, well, I agree with City. It's a country of miracles. Anything can happen. That's why Kenya is a beautiful country.
Okay,
right.
Sawa. Wacha tuone. Unajua tutaona hizi vitu. Tunamkanga Kenya kila siku, unapata mtu ameabductiwa kidogo, maybe alijiabduct kidogo, alizima simu kwa bedroom. You never
City yao.
Yes, City.
Unajua
Mung'ala is so fancy.
No, he's in fine form. He's actually in fine form because actually, what this country, you cannot talk about the uniqueness of the country without referring to unique incidences. You cannot. It is not possible. I mean, which African country have you seen 4 members of the Electoral Commission out of 7 saying this election has a problem? How? Where, which one?
Kenya is a true democracy.
Where have you seen it?
Nowhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then to understand Kenyans, they're ignored.
Fully. Like they never did nothing. then they're forced to
It's like they're talking to themselves.
Well, Odhiambo is a communication strategist. So today we want to talk about public speaking and how it affects growth.
Yeah.
What is public speaking? Is it when people just decide to speak in the market, or is it something different?
Beautiful. So public speaking is a conversation that is held out of yourself. That means as speaking with anybody other than yourself is already public speaking. It occurs in the radio station like this. It occurs with friends. It occurs with in-laws. It occurs at the workplace. It occurs any place in our daily lives. But most importantly, the epitome of public speaking is leadership. That is where now it summits, where now you talk to what you call the actual public.
Yeah.
And it's been a thing that's been perfected over the ages. It's been an evolutionary thing because human beings invented language for themselves. We are, in fact, in the kingdom Animalia, I think human beings are the ones who have language specifically. The rest use sounds.
Yeah.
Of course, language is also sound, but with meanings attached to different sounds, and it applies differently in different geographical areas and also amongst different cultures.
Okay.
So public speaking is just communication with anybody other than self. Yeah.
Nice.
So you do public speaking daily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, actually I do. Now, in terms of how it affects your growth, I mean, there are people who like what we refer to introverts, people who hardly interact with people, especially on the aspect of language. How would we say then that public speaking affects your growth in one way or another?
Public speaking affects your growth from the time you are starting to speak when you are a child up to when you go to your grave. And one of the biggest global calamities that we have, actually I call it a calamity because it is something called glossophobia. 70% of the population is afraid of public speaking. And that means these are people who do not do self-advocacy. These are people who rarely lead themselves. And also these are people who mostly accept to be governed by people who they're better than. And that happens everywhere, from home to politics, to workplace, etc. So public speaking, in that very essence, especially at the time of when you start speaking as a child, there are 3 factors that every human being has, and in terms of growth. One is identity. How do you understand yourself? Do you understand your name, for example? What does your name mean to you? Like City Muga. What does City Muga mean to him? It could be meaning something very different. And that is what now we always call perception. Self-perception, and then the perception that is out there by the public. And then, of course, there could be, even within yourself, you could be having conflicting perceptions because, as you're saying, the people who wear this badge of honor called introversy. And there are those who are saying they're extroverts. So it gives you identity. But number 2, it also gives you the frame. And the frame here is on the infrastructure of how you want to move in life. Because there's nowhere you're going to go if you don't understand how to negotiate. And I always say life is negotiation daily, every minute. Because if you look at our build as human beings, we are one of the most fragile animals because we don't have an exoskeleton. We have flesh out and the skeleton in. So you have to negotiate even for you just to exist, not to be beaten. Okay? And how you're going to interact with people, your social upbringing, or how you socially interact with other people. But most importantly, is how do you get to your goals at the end of the day. Now, lastly, and that is in the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, is always the bit of achieving self-actualization, because that is the highest point of any human being's desires and growth. Now, public speaking can take you there, because most of the people you see actually, out of 100% of the job market or the society, there are people who I call a statistical consequence of life. These are people who you see in leadership, or people who you see as top businessmen, or people who you see as excellent in particular things. Some of them are not by effort. 30% of them are as a result of statistical consequence, that if you subject them to a particular formula, at the end of the day, that formula states that they will remain at least 30% of the people in the world. Yeah. That's why you look at some people in leadership and you're like, not all that like I thought. But there are those who you also meet down there and you find, should be up there. Right. But because they don't understand, or they've not yet understood how to embrace their public speaking prowess, they cannot become a result of the statistical consequence. They must work it out to become a consequence of their efforts and the environment that they're brought up in.
Yeah. You know, you've mentioned that, and I started thinking about just different leaders that we have.
Yes.
For example, when you look at someone like Professor Lumumba, PLO Lumumba.
Right.
There's a way he talks and he captures your attention because number one, his choice of words, and of course he chooses which topics to address. He doesn't address necessarily everything.
Correct.
And then you look at someone like former right now he's a CS, that is Dr. Alfred Mutua. Remember when he was government spokesperson? Like, there's a way, again, he would capture the crowd. And even if we felt as though he didn't give us the answers that we wanted, at the end of the day, he
communicated.
And every Thursday, would watch TV and wait for that government address.
Spokesperson, yeah.
Exactly. And he would do his thing.
Right.
Then now we have people, for example, like former DP Gashagua. He's still able to capture crowds. He still says things that people might disagree, even to an extent of finding offensive.
Right.
But he's still speaking to the public. What is it that all these individuals have that are sometimes could be polarizing, but they still capture audiences?
So when you're doing public speaking, one of the things that people are very intentional about as leaders, but also just generally, is the messaging. How do you intend, or what do you intend to speak? Now, what you intend to speak matters most, because then the first thing that you'll have in your mind is, who am I addressing? Before you speak, you must always have that, because once you know who am I addressing, it's going to affect your choice of language, it's going to affect your choice of vocabulary, it's going to affect the delivery style. Just take it back, like when you're in high school, you must have written love letters.
Hey, you have no idea,
right?
Way.
And I know CT was even decorating his to the ladies in the opposite school, and
alikuwa anaandikia full scarf huyu.
Yeah, of course, and they used to flower it around.
So these letters that you two are speaking of, you clearly have taken the view that I wrote letters similar to the one you wrote. This man who used to write on full scarves, and you who used to flower your letters, you assume that just because you did that, I did the same.
No, na spray na kaspray.
Okay, since you're on this level, how did you sign off your letters? I want to know. You clever people who
with a love song.
With a love song.
Yeah.
Something that was popular.
Ngoma za Westlife.
What about you?
Exactly, Ngoma za Westlife.
Ngoma za Westlife.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about yours?
So I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Sealed with a lick, because a kiss won't stick.
Ooh.
City should go to the wind down.
I tell you. He should host his own sundowner somewhere.
So you were saying writing letters.
Yes. So for example, in writing of letters, you realize that when you're addressing your girlfriend, in that context, you'll be using a particular language and a particular style of delivery. You'll even be including music in it, and you'll be trying to put a lot of emotions to please. All right,
for sure,
because you're trying to strike a resonance with her for whatever end. It was making you feel good, and you just wanted the dopamine rush. And you know, dopamine is one of those hormones which is not really resulting to anything. It just needs repetition.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why it brings addiction. So then when you are writing a letter to your mother or father at home, requesting for school fee or pocket money, when the phones were not there yet, maybe the listeners may not know that by then we used to have booths.
Yeah.
you had to go to Upange laini. You'd address also the letter differently.
Right.
If you're writing to the principal, you'll do it differently. That simply implies that as these people think of what they're going to say, they always, one, understand that they're speaking to which particular crowd or audience. Then they shape whatever they want to say in that particular angle, and then they come and deliver it. But speaking to the brain doesn't convert much. Speaking to the heart, as Mandela Nelson said one time, is what converts most. And how do you speak to the heart? You appeal to the emotions of the people. You speak to the emotions of the people. And what are the emotions of the people? Human beings respond to fear very much. They respond to anger very much. They respond to pride or praise very much. Anything that pushes them to the edge of feeling good or feeling bad, they will respond very easily. So most politicians, for example, you'll see them angling their speech on fear or love, anger, hate, things like that. Why? Because they want to invoke or evoke an emotion that will carry them to a particular end, because they're always trying to achieve a particular end at any one time. And the people normally are always used as a vehicle to where they want to go. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, when you sit with these politicians on the table, there's not really a discussion about the people. It's really a discussion about themselves and their business interests. Then the people get so the people is like the governing council or the speed governor of how far politicians can go.
Actually, I think there's one politician who kind of, when they are having conversations or when they're publicly speaking, they actually touch on the people. And this person, I find that character rather in the person of Mike Mbuvi Sonko.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
To what extent or to what benefit? Where somebody invests, you must always look at what is the return on investment. The people don't just do things. People do things for a reason. Even charity is not charity.
I mean, I know for a fact that it's not like Mike Sonko is an angel.
Exactly.
But I think he's one of the very few leaders.
He's one of the very few leaders who
actually unaweza amini because of number one track record.
He's consistent beyond his time.
Yes.
He's consistent beyond his time because many politicians, once they're done with office or once they're impeached, that's it. They don't care about the people. But Mike Sonko, you will see in his engagement with people, even beyond office, where you'd imagine this guy is done, like completely in the normal human nature, he's still out there. And so it is more from his heart. And that is more from his childhood. I would like to understand Mike Sonko's childhood, because that kindness either comes from responding to his childhood trauma, or being as kind as they were in their family when they were young. It really comes from his childhood. It's nothing about this adulthood thing for me.
The reason I remembered him is because his family, yesterday his wife adopted this family that has been living in a vehicle. I don't know if you guys saw that on the news. Kuna watu walikuwa wanaishi kwa gari fulani, an abandoned vehicle, a broken down vehicle. They were living inside that vehicle. And they just went and said, you know what? From today henceforth, you are now part of our family. Now, we know, of course, what he did with even... there's a child who wasn't shot or something.
I remember the child.
Yes,
the two brothers.
Exactly. There's that one. Again, just a few months ago, walked into, I think it was Pumwani or Mama Lucy Hospital, paid bills for over 100 women. Boss, unajua hata kulipia bibi yako mwenyewe, yani unakwanga umesweat. This guy did it for 100 women. So, this is what I'm saying, like, how can you being a public figure and, talking to people every day shape your character and not the other way around?
Actually, it starts...
No. You see, the communication is assumed to be verbal. That's when it is communication. It is not.
It's not, yeah.
Deeds communicate a lot more than words that are uttered, because for words to matter, deeds then must follow. So when someone begins with deeds, when you talk about Sonko, he is the example of somebody who actually has a pulse. He has his fingers on the pulse of the fundamental needs that Kenyans have. He actually speaks their language. Raila Odinga had his finger on the pulse of the political needs of the citizens of this country. These people are not eloquent in the way they speak. You cannot remember a famous speech that they made. There are people who are eloquent. They are wonderful to listen to. They are wonderful debaters. These two fellows I've mentioned are not debaters, but they are impactful. How do you explain that the examples you've given,
right,
somebody who understands that this matters to people.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to have done it to them, but when they witness what he has done for others, they feel this person is a leader, not even a politician, whom one can listen to. But it is preceded by very many similar things that he had done when he was campaigning, after he had campaigned. I have been in forums of plans that the county government of Nairobi was in. This idea of affordable housing didn't start now.
Right.
No, it started with urban renewal program. And the way Mike Mbuvi Sonko, your namesake, would handle the potential owners of the house that were being built and what it is. If you see the man in action, you will understand that this fellow has a very clear connection with the so-called Mwananchi who votes. There are those who argue that it is a gift. There are those who argue that this is a man who has taken time to understand this. The only problem with that usually is one. If you don't buttress it with competence in administration and management, then there is a ceiling beyond which you will not go.
Right.
Because beyond that, there has to be more. You have to show that beyond meeting the immediate needs, you have the capacity to think ahead and meet the needs or to solve problems that are likely to occur. Now, that, again, is difficult to achieve, and it's even more difficult to get that combination. It is difficult. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I wanted to tell you that if you look at communication, especially public speaking, as Citi is saying, one thing that we have established is that 60% of communication is actually nonverbal, and you need to understand more how to read the cues. Like when you say hi to somebody and you look at their eye, does their eye light up when they see you? If the eye does not light up when they see you, you should smell the coffee. That then also how do they greet you, or how do you greet? That's something very important. It could be very basic, but it's very, very important. But before that, I would like to start analyzing or making our audience understand how public speaking affects your growth. Let's start from your childhood, because that is the foundation of where things happen. So one, public speaking helps in building a child's confidence. And many people may ask, what is confidence? Confidence is basically promising yourself something and doing it. If you promise yourself things, Mbuvi, and don't do it, you lose self-confidence. Now, once you lose self-confidence and you come to the public, you cannot give anything because you do not have.
Okay.
Because at a personal level, you tell yourself, I'm going to do this, then you fail to do it. So when you show up in public, you don't have anything to offer because you can't even offer yourself something. That's why in the context of politics, you live and see, or even corporate world, a vote of no confidence being passed in a person because they have promised things which they're not able to do. Now, number two, public speaking helps children normalize vulnerability. And it is very important for children to normalize vulnerability and learn that having mistakes is a good thing. The reason as to why most African children are not very well developed in terms of career, in terms of social life, etc., is because they were confined to be perfect and not to make mistakes. For me, I'm very happy if a child makes as many mistakes as possible, because the brain learns very fast when you make mistakes.
Remember, could you explain that concept a little more? So that
of vulnerability?
No. The African children, and how they were confined to not make mistakes. Expound on it a little bit.
So when we are growing up in the African context, one of the things that you are expected to do is to exist within the culture. And the culture has particular defines and dictates which do not allow children to behave beyond particular measures. For example, when there are guests in the sitting room or when they're guests in the home, you'll realize that children are told, don't sit on particular chairs, don't eat from particular plates, don't look at people in the eye, don't shake people's hands. In some instances, you're actually told, go and visit Auntie XYZ when particular guests come to the house. Now, also in terms of talking, you're told, don't talk much. Okay? Don't talk much, don't express yourself. Actually, they're told, don't express yourself. In any case, a child who talks much is looked at as talkative and not as expressive. So this child then bolts within himself or herself a lot of vulnerabilities that he or she could have exposed. So this child learns that the only way to express yourself is to keep quiet. And that is why you end up with a lot of mental issues later in life. You end up dealing with people who, when you sit with you fail to understand what happened. In fact, I dare say this, city, most of African children, who is Mbuvi, city, myself, children, basically adults, shells covering children, have to reparent. Because at that very young age, we were not allowed to be children. We were not allowed to be children. We were forced to grow up as kids because there's no space for you to understand that it is okay to grow. It is okay to do mistakes. What they want is perfection. They want you to be number one. They want you to be the best. But how about the child who is not number one? How do we understand that this one can just progress? Because number one is exceptionalism.
Yeah.
We need to have what I always call mass competence. Let as many people have the chance to learn. Because the first school where a child learns is where? It's home.
You know, maybe perhaps kids were being chased away from these gatherings because parents were afraid that they might reveal some things that shouldn't be revealed about the family, because children are very innocent. They might end up saying something kama jana dadi na auntie walikuwa nacheza kwa bedroom. So you see, now that one kidogo utaambiwa ebu kaa mbali saa zile, maybe father ako sitting room akikula or something of the sort. I don't know.
Can I tell you?
Yes.
And I don't think if there's a research already done on this, but City and myself are researchers.
Okay.
And one thing we can investigate is, can we have a look at the difference in terms of character development between children who eat with their parents on the dinner table,
yes,
and those who don't?
I'm sure there would be lots of differences for sure.
Let's go further back,
right,
and look at the concept of self-confidence.
Right.
In a traditional setting, a child who had been born up to the point where they probably learned to walk, even after that, 1-2 years, was always tied to the mother in one way or the other. There are those who argue that when you're in your mother's back, the rhythm that you're accustomed to when you're in the womb, the heartbeat, is still with you.
Right.
So children who are brought up that way and always carried around in a traditional setting, even when your mother was not carrying you, there were other children who would carry you. These children grew up with a lot more self-confidence than others because they did not feel abandoned.
That's true.
Children did not sleep in individual beds and rooms. They slept as a group.
Correct.
Okay?
Right.
These norms did not in some way traditionally, I'm talking about traditionally, relate to how it is that people wanted to limit children. No. I would argue the complete opposite. They actually wanted children to grow as children. You play with your age mates, not with adults. You do things that children are supposed to do. You knew as a child.
Right.
For instance, chores. You knew what you're supposed to do. When you grew up, chores were added onto it.
Right.
And not added, responsibility was added. So in a traditional family, you may think, oh, this person had many wives, many children.
Right.
They didn't. The administration of the children was left to other children who were older. The parents didn't have to bother with very many of these things. The older children would carry these children. Everything that required looking after these smaller children, the older children did that. What you have said is true of what we call Western culture.
Yeah.
Okay? And their involvement.
Yeah.
Because they perceived, to begin with, the concept of what you call a nuclear family. You,
Mother,
wife, children.
Right.
Whereas us, it was no.
Extended family.
Exactly.
And many wives.
Yes, when you say family, you're not referring to your wife and children.
You're
talking about your brothers, your sisters, your uncles. That was the concept of family. Now, within that, there were social protections and other things that guaranteed that you're living within that setup was comfortable, and you actually had an opportunity to grow. Children looked after goats at a certain age, then cows. So I am simply saying that what is true about what you've said, it gives us the opportunity to compare.
Correct.
This is how people in the West who wrote books about these things perceived some of these issues to be. Now, ask yourself, in an African's thinking, what is the role of people who are eloquent and people who can convince? Because essentially convince.
Yep.
There's a role that was assigned to you.
Yeah.
Okay? If we transport that question and thinking into modern times, I would ask, public speaking and effective public speaking, what role does it have in our politics today?
Good.
What role does it play?
It has so many roles to play, and one of them, of course, is conveying of the ideology, that political ideology that exists at a particular time. Right now, you may be looking and struggling to find within the political ecosystem what is the prevailing ideology of Kenya. For example, in America, it's America first.
Yeah.
Whether it's a Democrat in power or Republican. There's always the notion of America first, America superiority everywhere. If you look at Germany, it's about German quality, German value. It's always up there in terms of their work. If you look at China, it's about the business, control of the industry, manufacturing. There's that political ideology of
economic
dominance. If you come to Kenya, what is our prevailing political ideology?
One term. 2 term. Sloganeering basically.
But
today it is 1 term.
Today you ate something nice. Yeah,
I'm just saying what Kenyans are saying out there, and it is our political ideology is sloganeering.
Yeah, it's not anchored.
Yeah.
So if we have public speaking will help us in this. If you ask me, is one establishing a vision, so that vision for 50 or 100 years becomes the prevailing political ideology. So regardless of anybody who comes to power, we are pursuing that vision. And I can tell you that actually it is just framing this vision is what we lack, because Kenya National Bureau of Statistics has correct data that is even predictive of what institution will we need where in 10, in 15 years. And politicians, really, if you ask me, we don't really need them, but we need them to help these things come to be, because politics is the authoritative allocation of resources. So public speaking will help us in them voicing these desires or these needs of the people, number one. Number two, politics gives us identity. That's why you will see in East Africa, Kenya, as bad as we are, we are quite advanced democratically compared to our neighbors. And that democratic identity is what, when they try to claw back, you find people going to the streets hard, the media doing its job, because there's an identity that we have. Not that identity does not come from people thinking. That identity comes from people thinking and communicating. And how do you communicate it? Through Article 37 of the Constitution, I believe so, or is it, of freedom of expression, if I'm not wrong, and those formats. But lastly, is on the conversions, because public speaking helps in inspiring people. And inspiration comes if you have either lived experience or you're a visionary. You can meet a young man of, let's say, 20 years, but when you listen to them, you see the future of what actually he's thinking, or what actually the young lady is thinking. And that's why you look at the world, you will see that most of the biggest changes have always been initiated by university students in terms of ideologues, because they think of life in an idealistic manner. And now converting that into action, they walk us through the landmarks of their thinking, that we're going to come from point A to point B to point C to point D. Now, that is public speaking.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
I know our time is run out, but I'm sure we can get
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
One of the most prolific public speakers we have in this country is Edwin Sifuna. He's an excellent debater. He brings points clearly to the fore. How do you translate that into political power?
Good. Edwin Sifuna is one of those good speakers who unfortunately doesn't understand how to translate it in this sense. Translation lacks in terms of a team, because you cannot translate as an individual. Most visionaries actually do not know how to translate. That's why they always need a team that will help them to convert this into actionable steps. For example, Sifuna has a very brilliant, quote-unquote, idea of Kenya First, in terms of the preamble. He talks about the preamble all the time. And if you look at the preamble of the Constitution, it talks about sovereignty, etc. Okay? Now, converting this to be something, a narrative that the people can pick and move with becomes the question, because one term cannot be a narrative. 2 term cannot be a narrative. A narrative is, are you speaking to the hero of the voter? Or the hero in the voter? So he lacks that. Until he does that, then he will understand that conversion is very easy when you invest in a team city. If you don't have a team that is meaningfully converting for you, it's a waste of time. It's a rocking chair.
All right.
Now, let me say something quick, because I know we've run out of time.
Okay.
There's something that is very key city, which I thought of, and that is children who are compliant. normally, in the context of what we were discussing here, in terms of a child being asked for perfection, if you ask of a child to be perfect, one thing that will happen is that they'll turn up being compliant. Now, a child that is compliant is easily abused because they don't know how to self-advocate. They are simply told, this is how you have to be. And there's no two ways about it. So then you pursue the interest of the other person, who can be a parent, who can be an elder sibling or something, and you fail to pursue your, what I call the aptitude you have towards particular stuff. For example, we've always talked about this CBC thing, where we say a child could be interested in football, but the system says the child must become a journalist. Or the child talks much, or the child dances much, or the child, whatever they do, but they denied that opportunity. Now, when you force a child to be compliant, it is very easy for people who find them along the way to abuse them. That's why you find at work, some people could be very abusive, and some staff members could just be taking it in. But some staff members will tell you, what do you mean? My resignation letter immediately.
Yeah.
Because they understand the value system. And they understand that their character has boundaries. And they understand that as I grow as a human being, I can express myself respectfully, without the fear of being judged, but I can also listen without prejudice to the person who is talking.
Okay.
Now that is something that many children are not allowed to have, and public speaking helps train children into that level of self-advocacy.
Right.
But now when you come to adulthood, in terms of the corporate world, public speaking helps you understand corporate politics, which is most dangerous than the actual politics. This is boardroom coups. This is the questions of firings. This is the question of executive presence. How do you grow at the workplace? Public speaking will allow you, will train you to understand how do you connect to the people you're working with, and how do you see something I call ghost data.
So it will teach you emotional intelligence.
Well, emotional intelligence is part of it, but most importantly is discernment, not the spiritual discernment. This is intellectual discernment, where when you sit with Mbuvi and CT, you know these guys are monkeying me. Some people are not able to see when they're being monkeyed in the corporate world.
Are we monkeying you?
Of course, I'm not saying you're monkeying me. I think we've always had the most honest conversations.
As we let you go,
Yes.
I understand you have a training of sorts for this kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I do.
When are you having it? Is it often? Is it something that you're having a once-off, or
is it free?
Tell us about this.
So what I normally do, I run something called Coffee and Confidence. It's a training for both adults and children. Like from 13th to 17th, we are doing it in Kisumu at the Baraza Media Lab. Actually, I do it at the Baraza Media Labs across the country. And in Nairobi, unfortunately, I used to do it at Team Sidai.
Okay.
And we are seeing what's happening there.
When is the next one?
The next one is 13th to 17th, but every month we do it on either first Saturday or last Saturday, depending on the city that you are in, from Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru, Kisumu.
How do we get in touch with you, especially for those who are interested in this
Should I give my number? Am I allowed?
Yes, but peana ile ya biashara. Ukipeana yako personal, bibi akikuacha usiblame it on the regeneration.
Let me give the one for biashara.
Okay.
0104 341 733.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Again, always a pleasure. Mimi nimekuzoea kama mtu wa siasa. Sasa leo tumeongea mambo mengine more serious.
Thank you.
All right. There is where we come to an end, folks, as far as our conversation today is concerned. Thank you for indulging us this long. City and I tunasema kwa heri, lakini tunaacha kwa mikono safe ya Winnie Maganga, and thereafter the Retro Box with Rania Abdi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Homa Bay Town Member of Parliament Peter Kaluma says ODM's initiative Linda Ground is designed to honor the legacy of former leader Raila Odinga by keeping the party strong and united after his passing. He explained that the effort focuses on consolidating membership, securing strongholds, and preventing encroachment by rival parties. The ODM party is seen to be largely divided after two breakaway factions, namely Linda Ground and Linda Mwananchi, appear to champion for different views.
You see ODM
in the Ma areas of, Rift Valley. You see ODM in North Rift. Turkana, very strong, including the governor. You see ODM in West Pokot. You see ODM in Western Kenya and Nyanza. And then those communities that form border communities also give ODM weight in Nairobi. Right. So this has been a party, for those who are marginalized, for those who are, discriminated, because this is a party which became a voice for these marginalized communities. Yes. And so it's a party that remains very strong. We are meeting tomorrow for the national it's a special delegates conference. Okay. The normal national delegates conference is held once in a year, and I think it will be coming up towards the end of the year, I think around October.
A court heard that investigators used the photos, videos and CCTV to place a key suspect at the scene where Rex Masai was shot during protest in Nairobi on June 20th, 2024. Crime scene officer Joshua Mutua told the court he analyzed dozens of images and video clips linked to the incident. He said the footage shows a man wearing a cap, blue shirt and bracelets in Kenyan flag colors, and carrying what looked like a police radio and a baton.
How can you be able to identify the person from the footage? How are you able to identify the person?
Your Honor, you are able to describe the clothing of the day.
Yes. The clothing of the day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis what was recorded elsewhere.
Yes.
In another different period of the day.
Yes.
And if you compare the two scenarios captured by the footage, you are able to confirm indeed that cannot be another person.
A court in Nairobi has dropped charges against TikTok creator and businessman Kakan Maio. Maio had been arrested in July 2025 over claims that his online content incited violence against police. He spent 2 nights in custody before being released on a 10,000 Kenya shillings cash bail. But in a ruling, Principal Magistrate Rose Nthombi said the charges are no longer recognized under the Kenyan law.
Since the matter that is before this